Welcome back, brothers, to Hammer Lore. Tonight we're diving into lore of the 4th Tyrannic War. Before we get to the madness, be sure to like and comment any videos or topics you want to see in the future. Be sure to subscribe from the Emperor. Now I want to thank you guys for the support. I've been killing it like usual. Now, let's get to the video.
The galaxy did not scream when the wound opened. It went silent. Across the western dark, where the cartographs of the Adeptus Administratum ended in inked conjecture, failed pilgrim routes, and censer seals older than the bones of dead saints, the light of mankind guttered one world at a time. The Great Rift had already torn the Imperium in half, a demonic scar across reality through which madness bled into the minds of the faithful and the faithless alike. The Cicatrix Maledictum had made liars of clocks, murderers of stars, and corpses of entire crusade fleets. It had broken astropathic choirs into shrieking meat. It had drowned systems in witchlight. It had made the Astronomicon a distant candle glimpsed through a storm of screaming faces. Yet even that wound could be named. This new silence could not. On Terra, in vaults where no sunlight had touched parchment for 10,000 years, adepts with ink-stained fingers and surgically narrowed eyes moved between towers of record slates, whispering Binharic prayers to cogitators that hated them. They did not speak of terror. Terror was a resource for lesser minds. They spoke of missing tithe manifests, interrupted grain convoys, delayed promethium shipments, astropathic lag, colonial unreliability, sectoral irregularity. The first 1,000 reports were misfiled. The next 1,000 were sealed beneath crimson priority stamps. The next were burned by order of men who feared the truth less than they feared being the first to write it. Segmentum Pacificus had become a wound in the hide of the Imperium, and no one in the labyrinth of terror could agree upon the shape of the blade. The astropathic choirs died first. On Shrine Moon, Vallis Secundus, 300 blind choirmen seated in silver confession cradles sang the litany of transmission for 13 days without pause. Their tongues blackened, their ears bled, their teeth cracked in their gums. On the final hour, their voices became one voice, deep and wet and not human, clicking through broken mouths in rhythms no priest could sanctify. The choir master ordered silence. The choir did not obey. Every astropath in the chamber vomited blood across his robes, convulsed against his restraints, and died with his eyes burning white behind stitched lids. Their final message was not words, it was hunger. On the pilgrimage asteroid, St. Corda's Tear, a relic shrine orbiting a nameless red dwarf, the hymnals ceased mid-verse. One moment the voxcasters transmitted penitential song across the void, a thin metallic chorus praising the master of mankind. The next moment, there was only static. Then came a sound like claws testing glass. Then came nothing at all. On Agri-World Pollux Grain Tertius, the harvest machines continued their sacred labor for 9 days after the governor's palace stopped answering calls. Servo tractors rolled through fields of black wheat. Cherubim drones circled empty cathedrals. The planetary tithe clocks rang with perfect obedience. When the first merchant haulers arrived to collect the grain, they found the continents veiled in spore clouds the color of bruised flesh. The oceans had curdled. The cities had grown ribs. Capillary towers rose where administratum spires had stood, pulsing as they drank the world from beneath its skin. The haulers fled. Only one escaped the system. Its crew were found dead at their stations when the vessel translated back into real space. Their bodies had been opened from within. Their bones were soft as wax. The ship's Auspex logs showed shapes in pursuit, vast purple-white silhouettes drifting between the stars with the patience of continents. Not ships, not as men understood ships. They had no engines to bless, no hulls to sanctify, no machine spirits to flatter with oil and hymn. They were living cathedrals of flesh and armor, void Leviathans crowned with tendrils, their maws wide enough to swallow orbital docks, their flanks birthing smaller horrors into the cold. The Tyrannids had returned. The Imperium had known that name before. It had carved it into memorial walls and black iron oath tablets. It had whispered it through vox grills in fortress monasteries and in the sealed strategiums of naval bastions. Hive Fleet Behemoth had come first, a ravening apocalypse that broke itself against Macragga, where the Ultramarines paid in sacred blood and the first great horror of the Xenos was written across the snows. Hive Fleet Kraken had come after, splintering into predatory shards that struck like knives across the eastern fringe, turning system after system into grave ash and teaching mankind that a slain tendril could become 100 fangs. Then Leviathan had risen from beneath the galactic plane, monstrous beyond sane accounting, its jaws closing upward around whole sectors, its shadow drowning astropaths, its hunger made manifest in tides of claw, fang, acid, and chitin. Octarius had slowed it. That was what the strategists wrote. The Orcs had bled beneath the Tyrannid tide, and the Tyrannids had bled upon Orc steel, and the Imperium had looked upon that mutual slaughter with the cold satisfaction of carrion birds. Baal had survived it. That was what the priests preached. The sons of Sanguinius had endured the impossible, and angels had walked through alien blood beneath a sky black with wings. The Imperium, diseased by hope and arrogance in equal measure, made the ancient mistake it always made. It mistook survival for victory. Leviathan had not been destroyed. It had been learning. Now the void west of the galactic heart stirred with the motion of things too numerous to count. Imperial historiators, sealed in sanctified archive cells beneath naval command bastions, gave names to the new devouring tendrils, because men have always named the blade that enters them. Grendilus, Nautilon, Promothor. The names passed from fleet command to fortress world, from screaming astropath to dying astropath, from scribe to scribe, until the syllables became bloodstains upon parchment. Each tendril was colossal. Each moved with its own nightmare rhythm. Together they did not advance like armies. They fed like organs of a single beast. The Indomitus Crusade had already pulled strength from the west. Regiments had been mustered away from their home systems. Naval patrols had been stripped to reinforce Crusade corridors. Planetary defense forces stood undermanned behind walls built to face rebellion, not extinction. The Imperium Sanctus glittered with Crusade banners and victory proclamations, while its western defenses thinned into prayer, rust, and stubborn men with empty ammunition crates. The Administratum responded as it had always responded. It calculated. Worlds with insufficient industrial value were marked expendable. Worlds with secondary naval anchorage facilities were marked delay and deny. Shrine worlds were given symbolic reinforcement unless their relic value exceeded transport cost. Agri-worlds were ordered to continue tithe production until enemy bioforms reached primary harvest zones. Penal worlds were reclassified as military resources. Civilian populations became numbers in columns, then estimates, then losses already accepted before the first Hormigaunt scraped a talon against their gates. On the parchment of distant adepts, a world could die without sound. In truth, it died screaming. On Hesperax Minor, the first spores fell with the rain. Men looked up from trench lines and thought the clouds had curdled. The droplets struck their helmets, their skin, their rifles, their lips. Those who breathed too deeply drowned standing upright as alien growths flowered in their lungs. Their comrades burned them by order of masked commissars, and the burning men ran through the mud with their chests splitting open, shrieking smoke and seeds. On Vordrast, capillary towers burst from the underhive. They pushed through manufactorum floors in wet eruptions of muscle and bone, smashing assembly lines, impaling servitors, drinking runoff, blood, oil, coolant, and the pulped dead alike. Digestion pools spread through the basements, first as slicks, then as lakes. Men fell into them and came apart screaming, skin sloughing, armor straps floating free, eyes dissolving before their skulls sank beneath the bubbling surface. The machine priests sealed the lower levels and declared the losses acceptable. The towers kept growing. On Galath's reach, the planetary governor ordered every cathedral bell rung in defiance. The bells rang for 6 hours before the winged things came. Gargoyles blotted out the sun and descended in blackening sheets, vomiting living ammunition and venom into the crowds gathered for prayer. The faithful raised icons. The aliens did not understand icons. They understood warmth, motion, biomass. Children of the Emperor vanished beneath claws. Confessors were dragged from pulpits. Arbite's precincts became charnel vaults. By dawn, the bells still rang, but only because severed bodies swung from their ropes in the wind. The hive mind did not hate them. That was the truest cruelty. It did not rage against mankind. It did not despise the Emperor. It did not curse the Aquila or blaspheme before the saints. Hatred was a human luxury, a spark in a skull soon to be cracked and drained. Leviathan consumed without malice. It erased with perfect purity. Every scream was vibration. Every prayer was air through meat. Every martyr was protein. Every hero was a brief concentration of minerals and fluid to be broken down, absorbed, remembered in the flesh of the next beast. In the western bounds, far from the gilded murder of Terra and the blue sanctities of Ultramar, Watcher Keep turned its guns toward the dark. The Deathwatch fortress hung above a dead moon whose name had been erased from all but sealed inquisitorial records. Its towers were black adamantium, its bastions studded with lance batteries and auger spines, its docks filled with vessels bearing no heraldry beyond the silver arm and the skull of alien death. Here, chapter colors were stripped away or confined to a single pauldron. Here, old rivalries were chained beneath oath. Here, warriors of 100 bloodlines became one blade held in the hand of the Ordo Xenos. In the strategium of Watcher Keep, Watchmaster Vadrian Shenol stood beneath a hololithic projection of the Western war zone and watched the Imperium die in blue and crimson light. He was old, though age meant little to one of the Adeptus Astartes. His face was a scarred slab of dark flesh and surgical steel. Service studs marked his brow. His left eye was augmetic, a cold green lens that clicked as it focused upon casualty spirals no mortal commander could have read without madness. He wore black plate chased with silver script, the names of dead kill teams etched along the inner rim of his gorget, where only he and the Emperor could know them. Around him stood savants, serfs, lex mechanics, and hooded agents of the Inquisition. None spoke unless commanded. The air tasted of incense, old iron, machine heat, and restrained panic. A projection expanded over the hololithic table. 3 vast tendrils curved inward through segmentum pacificus like hooked claws. "Grendillus," said a robed historitor, his voice trembling despite the sedatives threaded through his blood. "Nautilon, Promothor, confirmed through fragmentary auger returns, astropathic death echoes, and recovered void picts. Probability of coordinated Hive fleet behavior exceeds sanctioned thresholds." Shenol did not look at him. "Enemy designation. Hive fleet Leviathan, Lord. Threat grade." The historitor swallowed. "Apocalyptic." A naval liaison made the sign of the Aquila. His hands shook. "Several subsectors are already functionally lost. The Bastior subsector reports mass contact. Residius is under assault. Kadaku, Avarax, and Demarium are confirmed war zones. Astra Militarum formations in system request reinforcement. Their lines are compromised. Their astropaths are failing. Their commanders claim swarms beyond enumeration." "Men always claim what fear makes large," Shenol said. The liaison stiffened. "My lord, the projections are not fearful. They are impossible." Shenol's augmetic eye clicked. "Impossible projections are still projections. Name the Xenos. Mark the synapse. Burn the biomass." No one answered at first. The words were not encouragement. They were not defiance. They were doctrine reduced to bone. Then the strategium moved. Orders spilled outward. Vox channels opened. Launch crews ran. Armories unlocked with the groan of sanctified mechanisms. Servo arms lifted bolters from stasis cradles. Chainswords were awakened tooth by tooth. Plasma coils were anointed. Kraken bolts, hellfire rounds, and Xenophase munitions passed from the hands of red-robed armory thralls into the hands of warriors who had long ago surrendered the right to ordinary war. In the arming chapel below the strategium, a warrior knelt alone. His armor was black, not merely the black of Deathwatch service, polished and marked by oath. His plate seemed to drink the lumen glow. The left arm bore the silver of the long vigil, but the other pauldron carried no chapter badge, no honor marking, no heraldic beast, no scripture of origin. Where other warriors kept some fragment of home, he carried absence, a black shield. His name, as recorded in Watcher Keep's rolls, was Nullus, nothing. He was massive even among transhuman killers, his frame broadened by old wars and newer punishments. Scars crossed the exposed flesh of his scalp, where service studs and surgical brands sat like rivets in stone. Beneath one eye, a pale line vanished into the collar seal of his armor. His hands were bare, while serfs locked the final plates around him, and those hands were marked by scars beneath scars, the layered history of blades, claws, flame, and restraint. A chapter serf approached with a helm held in both trembling hands. "Lord Nullus," the serf said, "your war plate is sealed. The machine's spirit accepted the rites without protest." Nullus opened his eyes. The serf forgot how to breathe. There was no anger in that gaze, no madness, no warmth, only the stillness of a blade laid upon an altar. "Bolt rifle," Nullus said. The serf bowed and brought it. The weapon was heavy, black-cased, sanctified, its magazine loaded with mass reactive death. Nullus took it, checked the feed, checked the sight, checked the chamber. Every movement was exact. Nothing wasted, nothing ceremonial beyond function. Another warrior entered the chapel, wearing the black of the Deathwatch and the pale wolf mark of Fenris upon one pauldron. Brother Ulfar's beard was braided with iron rings. His grin showed too many teeth. "They send us into the belly of the beast," Ulfar said. "Good. I was beginning to think this watch was all silence and polished floors." Nullus did not look at him. "Noise kills the careless," Ulfar laughed. "Then I shall endeavor to be loud where the Xenos can appreciate it." A blood angel named Kelstros entered next, beautiful in the cold way of statues carved for tombs, his red chapter, pauldron the only warmth upon him. Behind him came Baron of the Black Templars, helm already sealed, purity seals hanging like pale skin from his armor. Darius of the Dark Angels followed last, hooded, watchful, saying nothing. Together they were Kill Team Kassarin, though the name had not yet earned its mourning. Watchmaster Shinol descended to them without procession. Every warrior turned. "My lord," Kelstra said. Shenol's gaze moved from helm to helm before settling upon Nullus. Residius bleeds. Kadaku calls for reinforcement. The Astra Militarum presence there has been weakened by crusade musters and attrition. They hold an orbital launch asset required for a denial strike against the swarm's upper atmosphere. You will secure the route, deliver the payload, and ensure detonation. Baron's Vox grill crackled. Survivor extraction? Secondary to payload delivery? Civilian presence? Irrelevant, unless obstructive. Ulfar gave a low growl of approval. At last, clear orders. Darius spoke for the first time. Synapse priority. Identify and eliminate where feasible. Avoid glory engagements. Leviathan will offer targets it can afford to lose. Do not be flattered by the deaths of lesser beasts. Nullus lifted his helm from the altar. And if Kadaku is already dead? Shenol held his gaze. Then make its corpse useful. The words settled in the chapel like ash. Nullus sealed his helm. The world became data. Runes blinked across his retinal display. Atmospheric warnings, ammunition count, kill team identifiers, heart rate, armor integrity, mission parameters. The machine spirit murmured through his black carapace with the intimate hatred of old iron waking for war. Kill Team Kazayaran marched to the launch bays without further speech. Watcher Keep's hangar vaults shook with preparation. Corvus Black Stars rested in their cradles like hooked raptors, wings folded, engines whining as tech adepts chanted ignition canticles through brass vox horns. Servitors dragged munition carts over blood-darkened deck plates. Deathwatch serfs painted fresh kill marks upon drop coffins whose previous occupants had not returned. Far beyond the open void shields, the stars burned cold and indifferent. Their Corvus was named Oath in Darkness. Nullus boarded last. Within the troop bay, restraint harnesses clamped over black armor. The hold smelled of weapon oil, incense, and sealed aggression. Ulfar muttered Fenrisian oaths under his breath. Beren prayed in the language of crusade and execution. Kelstros checked the edge of his combat blade with a tenderness that had nothing to do with softness. Darius sat unmoving, a statue waiting for permission to kill. The Corvus locked into the belly cradle of the Deathwatch strike vessel, Vigilant Blade, which would carry them into warp translation before the final descent into the Residius system. Beyond the hull, Watcher Keep fell away, its black towers shrinking against the dead moon. A voice sounded over the internal vox. Translation in 1 minute by shipboard chronometer. Geller field rights complete. Astropathic choir secured. The Emperor protects. Beren answered at once. The Emperor judges. Ulfar snorted. The Emperor may do both if he has the time. No one laughed. Nullus closed his eyes. There, in the darkness behind his lids, something waited. The ship entered the warp. Reality folded like flesh under a butcher's hook. The Geller field screamed as the Empyreans struck it. In the astropathic choir chamber of the Vigilant Blade, 30 sanctioned psychers convulsed in their iron thrones. Their mouths opened. Blood came first, then black bile, then strings of tissue torn loose from throats that had sung too many nightmares. The choirmaster tried to rise, but his spine arched until it snapped loud enough for the attending serfs to hear over the alarms. One by one, every astropath died at his station, vomiting blood across the warding sigils, their blind eyes bursting in their sockets as the shadow in the warp reached through madness and found them. The ship lurched. Warning runes flashed crimson across Nullus's display. Ulfar cursed. Kelstros whispered a prayer. Beren gripped his bolter and began reciting the catechism of abhorrence. Darius looked toward Nullus, as if the black shield had made some sound. Nullus had not. He heard it anyway. Not with his ears, not through the vox, not as a psyker hears, for he had no witch gift and desired none. He heard it in the marrow of his bones, a pressure beyond thought, a hunger older than language, a billion mouths opening in the dark between stars, a mind without mercy because mercy had no meaning to it, a will without hatred because hatred was too small. It turned slowly, impossibly across the void, toward Kadaku, toward them. Nullus opened his eyes. "Contact," he said. Ulfar looked at him. Auspex shows nothing. Nullus chambered around. "It will." The Corvus Blackstar fell through Kadaku's upper atmosphere like a black knife hurled by an angry god. Its hull trembled beneath the violence of descent. Warning runes bled crimson across the troop bay walls, turning the faces of helmed warriors into momentary death masks. The aircraft's machine spirit snarled through the deck plates, a caged predator suffering the indignity of gravity, turbulence, and alien filth. Outside, beyond armor glass darkened by heat and impact soot, the sky was no longer sky. It was a living storm. Winged tyrannid organisms filled the clouds. They came in shrieking masses, thousands upon thousands, black chitin and translucent membranes beating through spore haze. Gargoyles spiraled in hunting clouds around the gunship, their bodies thin and hateful, their flesh borers spitting living ammunition that cracked and burst against the Black Star's armored skin. Larger shapes moved among them, winged warrior beasts with scything talons folded against their bodies until they struck. Spore mines drifted on swollen gas sacks, pulsing softly as if dreaming of detonation. The cockpit glass ahead had turned almost entirely black beneath the press of wings and ichor. Every few heartbeats, the pilot's servitor burned a burst from the forward lascannons, and the swarm outside flashed into visibility as wet pieces came apart in the light. Then darkness swallowed the view again. Inside the troop bay, Kill Team Kasseran prepared without haste. Brother Baron of the Black Templars held his bolter across his knees and whispered execution canticles through his helm grill. Each phrase was a sentence of death. Each breath carried the certainty of a warrior who saw the alien not as an enemy, but as an insult to the Emperor's dominion. Purity seals trembled against his vambrace in the vibration of dissent. Brother Ulfar of Fenris checked his chainsword tooth by tooth. He ran one gauntleted finger along the weapon's inactive cutting track, testing tension, listening for the subtle complaint of any misaligned adamantine fang. Finding none, he thumbed the activation rune for a single second. The blade barked awake with a grinding snarl before falling silent again. Brother Kelstros of the Blood Angels cleaned the muzzle of his Infernus pistol with reverent care. His helm was turned slightly toward the troop bay's forward bulkhead, as if he could see through it, through the cockpit, through the choking sky, to the prey beyond. Brother Darius of the Dark Angels sat motionless beneath his hooded helm, one hand resting on the stock of a Stalker pattern bolt rifle. His silence was not calm. It was a locked door. Nullus stood. He preferred to stand during descent. The restraint harness hung unused beside him, swaying like a condemned man. Magnetic locks bound his boots to the troop bay floor, and the Black Star's convulsions moved through him without shifting him. He held his bolt rifle angled across his chest. His combat blade sat locked at his thigh. His chainsword rested against his pack mount, teeth oiled, spirit sullen, awaiting permission to howl. His armor bore no chapter heraldry. The left arm was silver, as demanded by the long vigil. The rest was black. Not the black of mourning alone, nor the black of honor earned in the service of the Ordo Xenos. It was the black of deliberate absence. No company marking, no squad designation, no laurels, no campaign badges from wars that should have been remembered. No oath script naming the world where he had first shed blood as an angel of death. No honor name, only Nullus. Nothing. It was a name chosen because it was not a name. A place where a name had been cut away. A scar left clean enough that no one would ask what flesh had once been there. That had been the bargain of the Black Shield. No past, no colors, no confession beyond service. Hunt the alien, kill the alien, die beyond the sight of one's former brothers, and let the records close without ceremony. He had accepted it because the Ultramarines were better without him. The thought came without bitterness. Bitterness was a luxury. It required a belief that the universe had once owed justice. Nullus had surrendered such weakness long ago, though some older part of him, buried beneath black plate and Deathwatch oaths, still remembered blue armor and the weight of command. Graia returned to him in fragments, green bodies roaring beneath manufactorum smoke, orc war machines belching fire from crude iron throats, chainswords screaming through fungal muscle, men dying in heaps around banners they did not understand, because the presence of the Adeptus Astartes had taught them to believe survival was possible. Then worse, the warp-tearing reality open, a voice that was not a voice promising power, victory, vindication, light like poisoned gold, demonic laughter crawling beneath the skin of the world, his own hands closing around impossible force and surviving what should have burned his soul hollow. He remembered the taste of blood inside his helm. He remembered the gaze of men who had once followed him without question. He remembered suspicion entering a brother's eyes like a blade finding a joint in armor. Then Thrax. Inquisitor Thrax had not shouted. That had made it worse. The Inquisition did not need rage to destroy a life. It had seals, questions, restraints, sanctified blades, psychers with dead eyes, chirurgeons who spoke of purity while their instruments opened flesh. Nullus remembered iron cuffs locked around wrists, strong enough to tear men in half, because he had permitted them to be locked there. He remembered psychic scourging, mind trawls, truth serums that curdled in his veins, purity brands pressed into his skin until smoke rose from the meat. He remembered stasis darkness. He remembered waking to the same questions asked by different voices across years that became decades. What are you? How did you endure? Who touched your soul? Why did the warp spare you? He had answered until answers became meaningless. No taint had been found, not once. That had not saved him. Suspicion, once given robes and a rosette, could live forever. It fed upon its own absence of proof. The longer corruption remained undiscovered, the more cunning the interrogators believed it must be. A century passed in sterile chambers and sealed cells. A century of being catalogued, restrained, awakened, tested, sealed away again. He had been a son of Guilliman, a captain, a weapon of the Imperium. Thrax had treated him as an unexploded shell. Eventually, the Inquisitor died. The suspicion did not, so Nullus had taken the black. The Black Star jolted hard enough to throw sparks from the ceiling. "Spore density increasing," came the pilot's voice over the troop bay vox. The speaker was human, or had once been. Now the words were flattened by augmetics and fear discipline. "Auspec occlusion at near total. I have no clean descent corridor." "Make one," Baron said. The pilot did not answer. Ulfar looked toward Nullus. "You hear that, Black Shield? No clean descent." Nullus did not turn his helm. "Then the Xenos will be inconvenienced by our arrival." Kelstros gave the faintest inclination of his head. "He speaks." "Briefly," Darius said. The words were not mockery. Not exactly. The Death Watch tested everything. Armor seals, ammunition feeds, combat doctrine, faith, silence, shame, a black shield most of all. A warrior without colors was a blade with the Maker's mark filed away. Useful, yes. Trusted, never. Baron's helm turned toward Nullus. "Do you still remember who made you?" Nullus looked at him then. The Black Templar did not look away. "The Emperor made all weapons," Nullus said. "That was not my question." "No." A pause. The troop bay shook again. Something heavy scraped along the outer hull, claws shrieking against ceramite plating. Ulfar laughed softly. "Leave him his secrets, Crusader. We will know the worth of them when the ramp falls." "The Xenos do not care for secrets," Kelstros said. "Neither do I," Baron replied. Nullus chambered a bolt round. The sound was loud in the troop bay, then asked the dead after landing. The Black Star's starboard engine exploded. There was no warning beyond a flash of white through the forward bulkhead seams, and a roar that swallowed every rune, every prayer, every breath. The gunship yawed violently, its machine spirit screaming through the control systems. Restraint harnesses snapped tight across the seated Deathwatch brothers. Nullus's mag-locked boots held for half a heartbeat, then the deck buckled beneath him, and the world became flame. A shrike smashed through the cockpit glass in a burst of blood, talons, and shattered armor glass. The pilot's scream cut off as the creature's scything limbs punched through his torso and pinned him to the command throne. The co-pilot servitor continued its landing catechism for 3 seconds after its head was torn away. Gargoyles poured into the breach, their bodies burning from the heat of atmospheric descent, wings aflame as they clawed deeper into the aircraft. Spore mines detonated along the port wing. The troop bay became a furnace, harness webbing shredded. A rack of spare munitions tore free and slammed into Kelstros, cracking ceramite across his chest plate. Ulfar's chainsword flew from its mag clamp, spinning end over end until he caught it by the grip with a snarl of triumph. Darius vanished beneath a storm of sparks and torn insulation. Beren was thrown forward, struck the bulkhead hard enough to dent it, and rose with a curse already on his lips. Nullus hit the ceiling, then the floor, then something that had once been part of the ramp assembly. The Corvus Blackstar struck the jungle. It did not land. It died. The impact carved a burning trench through alien forest and Imperial dead. Trees webbed in Tyrannid mucus burst apart. Mud, corpses, roots, chitin and wreckage erupted in a rolling wave. The Blackstar broke in 3 pieces, its wings shearing away, its engines vomiting promethium fire across the ground. The troop bay split open like a butchered animal. Rain entered through the torn hull, but the rain was warm and carried spores that hissed where they touched exposed metal. For a moment, there was only the ticking of cooling wreckage and the distant shriek of the swarm. Then the gaunts came. They poured from the jungle in a tide of talons and eyeless hunger. Hormogaunts bounded over burning trees, their claws raised, their bodies lean and knife-jointed. Termagants skittered between them, flesh-borers pulsing in their forelimbs. Rippers moved low through the mud like a carpet of teeth. Nullus came awake beneath a slab of wreckage. His helm display flickered. Damage runes, broken feed, left pauldron scored, right knee actuator sluggish, ammunition intact, heart stable, pain irrelevant. Something clawed at the wreckage above him. He drove one fist upward and punched through the broken hull plate. His gauntlet closed around a Hormagaunt's throat. He pulled down. The creature's head and upper spine came with his hand, its body kicking wildly before collapsing into the flames. Nullus rose. A wounded pilot lay half outside the cockpit ruin, still alive despite the Shrike's work. His lower body was gone beneath crushed metal. Tyrannid feeder organisms were already crawling toward him, small pale things with many legs and wet mouths. The pilot saw Nullus and tried to speak. Blood filled his mouth. His eyes pleaded, though whether for rescue or death, it did not matter. Nullus shot him once through the skull. The bolt round detonated inside the pilot's head and ended him before the feeders reached his flesh. "Efficient," Darius voxed, emerging from smoke with his rifle in hand. "Necessary," Nullus replied. He seized the broken edge of the troop bay plating and hauled it aside, servos whining. Beneath it, Beren was trapped under a collapsed restraint frame, armor cracked but intact. Nullus dragged him free as gaunts leapt onto the wreckage. Beren rose immediately, grabbed a fallen bolter, and fired from the hip. Explosive rounds punched into the first wave. Chitin burst, limbs spun away. Alien bodies came apart in wet detonations, spraying ichor across black armor. Ulfar emerged laughing, his chainsword awake now and roaring. A Hormagaunt leapt at him. He met it mid-air with the blade, splitting it from pelvis to skull in a spray of steaming organs and bone-white shards. Another struck his shoulder, claws scraping across ceramite. He headbutted it hard enough to cave in its skull plate. Kelstro staggered from the wreck, one arm hanging limp, Infernus pistol raised in the other. A wash of melter fire turned 3 termagants into collapsing shapes of steam and cooked chitin. "Perimeter," Nullus ordered. Beren's helm turned. "You command?" Until contradicted. "By whom?" Nullus fired 2 rounds past Beren's shoulder, bursting a leaping gaunt into fragments before it struck him. "The dead, perhaps." Beren said nothing. Then he moved. They formed around the wreck in a ring of black armor and disciplined murder. Bolt shells hammered into the swarm, each impact a thunderclap, each detonation turning alien flesh into mist and splintered shell. Frag grenades sailed into the thickest clusters and burst with savage blooms of shrapnel, scattering claws, skull plates, and severed feeder limbs across the burning mud. Ulfar met every breach with his chainsword, but the blade clogged quickly on Tyrannid cartilage and ropey tendon. He scraped it clean against the jagged flank of the Blackstar, laughing curses as ichor smoked from the teeth. The Tyrannids did not slow. They had no courage to break, no fear to master, no hatred to inflame. Synapse drove them forward through fire, over corpses, into bolter fire, beneath blades. They climbed their own dead without hesitation. They drowned the ground in bodies until the kill team stood ankle-deep in twitching meat. Nullus counted ammunition by instinct and display. He fired only when a round would kill. A gaunt lunged low. He crushed its skull under one boot. Another landed on his back, talons scraping for a joint seal. He reached over his shoulder, tore it free, and slammed it into the wreckage hard enough to pulp its torso. A termagant's flesh borer struck his chest plate, the living beetle round, chewing briefly, before dying against ceramite. Nullus shot the beast through the mouth. "Black shield," Darius voxed. "Left flank, larger organism." Nullus turned. A winged warrior shape descended through the smoke, membranes torn from the crash, bonesords slick with rain. It landed atop the Black Star's broken nose and screamed without sound over the vox, its crest flaring as gaunts surged around it. "Synapse," Kelstros said. "Marked," Nullus replied. Baron fired first. Bolt rounds detonated against the creature's chest, cracking armor but not dropping it. Darius followed with precise shots into the joints. Ulfar charged before anyone ordered him not to, chainsword raised, Fenrisian oath spilling from his vox. The warrior met him with one bonesword, the blow cutting a bright scar across his breastplate and driving him to one knee. Nullus advanced through the swarm. He did not run. He did not roar. He moved with the cold violence of execution. The warrior turned toward him too late. Nullus fired into its knee joint, then its throat, then its open mouth. The final bolt detonated inside the skull. The synapse beast's head burst outward in a crown of bone, brain matter, and acidic fluid. It collapsed from the wreckage, crushing 3 gaunts beneath it. For the span of 7 breaths, the lesser organisms faltered. "Now," Nullus said. The kill team cut them down. When the last of the immediate wave lay twitching in the mud, Kadaku revealed itself beyond the burning wreck. It had been a jungle world once, perhaps even beautiful, if beauty meant anything beneath imperial tithe law. Now the trees were bound in pale tyrannid mucus, their trunks swollen with parasitic growths, their leaves rotting into purple slime. Vines pulsed like veins. The rain carried spores that danced in the light of burning promethium. Rivers ran pink through the low ground, thick with dissolved corpses, alien enzymes, and the chemical runoff of a world being digested alive. In the distance, imperial trenches crossed the jungle floor in ragged lines. They were not defenses. They were graves with firing steps. Men still occupied them. Astra Militarum soldiers in torn flak armor crouched behind sandbags, dark with blood and rain, firing laser guns into the trees with the stubborn terror of those who knew retreat would only move death closer. Some trenches had collapsed into digestion pits. Others were filled waist-deep with bodies, and the living stood on the dead to keep firing. Vox masts leaned at broken angles. Heavy bolters coughed from bunkers whose roofs crawled with rippers. Mortar pits fired blindly until gargoyles descended upon them, and the crews vanished beneath beating wings. Beren looked upon the sight. This world is lost. Kelstros holstered his pistol and drew his blade. Most worlds are. Ulfar retrieved a spare magazine from the mud and slammed it into his bolter. Then we kill until the loss notices us. Nullus listened. Beneath the rain, beneath the gunfire, beneath the endless insectile motion of the Tyrannid swarm, a Vox channel crackled across the kill team band. It was weak, distorted, and drowning in static. "Imperial forces to any loyal asset. This is Lieutenant Hest of the 912th Kadakan Line. Hive node beneath Manufactorum Kappa. Repeat, Hive node beneath Manufactorum Kappa. Synapse beast present. We are overrun. Emperor preserve." The transmission dissolved into screaming. Not one voice. Many. Men shouting, laser guns firing, something wet tearing through flesh, the heavy, rhythmic crunch of jaws closing on bone. A final burst of static carried a sound like chewing beside an open vox bead. Then silence. Nullus turned toward the Manufactorum district, where the jungle rose around distant stacks and dead industrial spires. "Objective acquired," he said. Baron looked from the burning wreck to the corpse-filled trenches. "We have no aircraft, no extraction, ammunition limited, enemy strength beyond count." Nullus began walking. "Then count the dead we make." Kadaku was dying by continents. From orbit, the world no longer resembled a planet claimed by mankind. Its greens were blackening, its seas were veined with pink chemical slicks. Its atmosphere churned beneath bruised bands of spore cloud and ash. Across the equatorial jungles, where manufactorums had once risen like rusted altars to industry and extraction, the forests moved with the crawling hunger of Hive fleet Leviathan. Billions of tyrannid organisms advanced through the living rot, a number beyond the sanity of mortals and beyond the vanity of commanders who believed war could be measured by banners, regiments, or guns. Imperial guard lines remained only as islands of last fire in a devouring ocean. Here a trench network flashed red beneath the night canopy, men firing until their charge packs ran dry and then clubbing at claws with empty rifles. There a column of Lehman Russ battle tanks burned in a riverbed, their hulls cracked open by bioplasma and monstrous talons, their crews cooked inside their own steel coffins. Farther east, orbital debris fell through the sky in burning processions, shattered defense platforms and navy escorts descending like cathedrals cast down from heaven. Each impact threw up rings of fire that briefly revealed the true scale of the swarm, before smoke and wings swallowed the vision again. Above it all hung the bioships. They drifted in the upper atmosphere and low void, vast living silhouettes with tendrils hanging beneath them like the roots of predatory moons. They drank Kadaku as they circled. Not merely its air, not merely its oceans, not merely the heat of its mantle and the protein of its billions, but its future. Spores descended from them in endless rain. Capillary towers answered from the surface, pulsing and stretching upward. The world had become a mouth, feeding another mouth. Kill Team Kasairan advanced beneath the canopy. They moved through warm rain and alien mist, black armor slick with ichor, their helms tracking heat ghosts between tree trunks thick with tyrannid mucus. The jungle had ceased to be vegetation. It was infrastructure. Vines trembled with transmitted impulses. Leaf beds concealed feeder organisms. Trees split open to reveal pale cysts clustered beneath the bark. Every corpse left unburned was claimed within minutes by rippers, reclamation worms, and slick-crawling things that reduced dead flesh into slurry for the swarm. Deathwatch doctrine allowed no sentiment. Suppress lesser organisms, identify synapse control, destroy node beasts, deny biomass recovery, burn every corpse. Nullus led without announcing that he led. He simply walked at the front and chose the path that did not kill them fastest. His bolt rifle moved with his gaze. Every shot he fired counted. Every round found chitin, nerve cluster, open mouth, or joint. He did not waste ammunition on rage. Rage was for warriors with supply lines. Behind him, Baron of the Black Templars advanced with bolter raised and chainsword mag locked to his thigh, muttering catechisms in a voice made iron by his helm grill. Ulfar moved at the left, restless, eager for the next breach, his chainsword already dark from earlier killing. Kelstros moved with wounded grace, one arm stiff from the crash, Infernus pistol ready in his good hand. Darius ranged several paces back, rifle lifted, silence wrapped around him like a second cloak. The first gaunt pack came from the trees without warning. Hormagaunts bounded over roots and corpse piles, talons high, jaws wide. They were lean things, all spring muscle and knife angles, their bodies glistening with rain and mucosal sheen. Termagants skittered beneath them, flesh borers twitching in their forelimbs. Nullus fired twice before the others reacted. The first round entered a hormigaunt through the mouth and detonated behind its skull, blowing its upper body into wet fragments. The second punched through the breastplate of a termagant and burst outward, scattering organs and chitin across the mud. "Contact left," Darius voxed. "Seen," Nullus answered. The pack came harder. Baron's bolter thundered. Ulfar roared and met the first leaping beast with his chainsword, the blade tearing through chitin, spine, and stringy muscle. Kelstros washed the undergrowth with melter fire, and 3 termagants collapsed into bubbling black heaps. Darius picked off the creatures trying to flank them, each precision shot snapping a skull or bursting a limb joint. Nullus watched the swarm more than he fought it. The hormigants angled their bodies a heartbeat before the synapse pulse reached them. Their spines flexed. Their heads twitched toward the same unseen command. The termagants stopped firing just before heavier shapes moved through the trees, not from fear of hitting their own, but because the will directing them had shifted priority. Beneath the mud, a faint ripple moved against the pattern of rain. Something burrowed below, displacing soil in pulses. "Raveners," Nullus said. Ulfar laughed. "Where?" "Under your next step." The Fenrisian froze. The mud erupted in front of him. A ravener burst upward in a spray of filth, all talons and serpentine muscle, its maw opening wide enough to take a mortal man from skull to pelvis. Ulfar stepped back instead of forward, and the beast's strike missed his torso by the width of a gauntlet. Baron fired into its exposed throat. Darius followed with a shot through the cranial plate. The ravener's head came apart, and its body thrashed blindly, scything through its own gaunts before collapsing. Ulfar looked at Nullus. "You read dirt now, Black Shield? I read enemies. Then read us a way out. There is none." That pleased the Fenrisian. "Good." They pressed deeper toward Manufactorum Kappa, leaving nothing living behind them. Where Tyrannid, corpses fell, Kelstros burned them. Where Imperial dead lay among alien dead, he burned them too. The Prometheum Flamer, taken from the wrecked Black Star, coughed and snarled in his hands, washing bodies in holy fire. Burning chitin cracked like wet bone. Human fat hissed in the mud. Rippers caught in the flames popped and writhed, their small mouths opening in soundless hunger until the heat split them. The kill team found the Cadian Field Hospital at the edge of a ruined supply road. Its red cross markings had been smeared over with mud and blood. A broken chimera lay on its side near the entrance, its tracks still turning slowly, though the crew were gone. Mediki tents sagged beneath spore growth. Lazarifals had been stacked in defensive lines outside, many still gripped by severed hands. The Voxmast leaned over the camp, and from its highest crossbar hung the bodies of officers, their arms spread and their mouths packed with pale eggs. Lictor work. Darius saw it first. Ambush pattern. Nullus halted the team with one raised fist. They listened. The hospital made sounds a battlefield should not make. Wet pulling, soft clicking. Men trying not to scream because they had learned that screams drew things from the dark. Baron stepped forward. Survivors. Nullus moved past him and entered the first tent. The wounded were still alive. Not all of them. Enough. Cadian soldiers lay strapped to field cots, but not by Medici restraints. Feeder organisms had pinned them open with hooked limbs, holding ribs apart, and bellies spread while translucent sacks pulsed beside the beds. Tubes of living flesh ran from the soldiers into the sacks, drawing blood, marrow, bile, and liquefied tissue into swelling alien bladders. Some men had no eyes. Some had no tongues. One had his chest opened so wide that his beating heart was visible beneath a film of secretion, still struggling beneath the touch of things too small to shoot cleanly. A guardsman saw the black giants enter. "My lord," he rasped, "please." Baron's bolter lowered by a fraction. Nullus looked once across the tent. "Contamination?" Darius asked. "Total," Nullus said. Survivors? Kelstros asked. Irrelevant. Beren turned his helm toward him. By whose authority? Nullus met the Crusader's gaze through the red gloom. The Emperor's need. The guardsman understood before Beren answered. His face changed. Hope died there, which was mercy of a kind. He closed his remaining eye and tried to make the sign of the Aquila, but one of his arms had already been opened to the bone. Kelstros raised the flamer. The tent became sunlight. Promethium filled the world in a roaring sheet. The feeder organisms shriveled, thrashed, and burst. The sacks exploded, spraying burning slurry across the canvas. Men screamed for a few seconds, then did not. Beren stood rigid in the entrance. Bolter held tight enough that ceramite creaked under his fingers. Nullus walked to the next tent. They burned that one too, and the next. By the time they finished, the field hospital was a pyre, its smoke rising into the spore rain, as if Kadaku itself were trying to breathe its dead upward before Leviathan could swallow them. Kelstros stood amid the flames, his armor reflecting orange light, the flamer's tank clicking low. Ulfar wiped blackened gore from his chainsword. We should move. The smoke will call them. Their screams already did, Nullus said. He was right. The jungle answered, not with a roar, with motion. Rippers poured from sewer grates along the road, a low tide of teeth and slick bodies. Termagants emerged from the tree line, firing living rounds into the flames. A spore cloud drifted low, and two Cadians who had crawled from beneath a collapsed tarp began choking as alien growths filled their throats. One tried to claw the infection out through his neck. He died with both hands buried in his own flesh. The Death Watch killed everything that moved. They fought through the road and into the outer trench districts where the Manufactorum Hive gate still stood. The gate was a slab of adamantium and rockcrete, wide enough for armored columns, its surface scarred by acid burns and impact craters. Beyond it lay the approach route to Manufactorum Kappa. Behind it, thousands of guardsmen were falling back through the mud, pursued by gaunts, rippers, and crawling reclamation organisms. The surviving regiments. Command Vox identified itself as the Katakan 912th, though by Nullus's count it had been reduced to less than a battalion's worth of living men. A mortal officer ran toward them through the retreat, helmet gone, face grey beneath blood and rain. My lords, hold the gate. We can get the rest through. In the Emperor's name, hold the gate. Behind him, the swarm was already entering the trench system. Nullus looked up at the gate mechanism. Its machine spirit was damaged, but responsive. The locking pistons still held. A manual closure right could seal it from the inner control shrine. How many remain outside? Darius asked. The officer gasped. 3,000, perhaps more. Wounded, rearguard, ammunition train. They need minutes. A gaunt leapt onto the back of a fleeing soldier and drove talons through his spine. The man fell screaming. More Tyrannids flowed over him. We do not have minutes, Nullus said. The officer stared at him. They are loyal men. Then they will die as such. Beren's helm snapped toward him. Black shield. If the gate remains open, the swarm enters behind us. Manufactorum Kappa falls before we reach the node. The regiment dies regardless. The hive line dies with it. The payload route dies. Kadaku dies faster. It is already dying, Beren said. Yes. Nullus stepped into the control shrine and drove his gauntlet into the activation socket. The mechanism resisted for one grinding second, then obeyed. Warning bells rang across the gate. Huge pistons began to move. The adamantium slabs shuddered inward. The men outside understood. Some ran harder. Some threw themselves into the narrowing gap and were crushed between the closing plates, bones and armor flattening in sprays of blood. Others fired backward until the gaunts reached them. Vox channels filled with pleas, curses, prayers, and the wet sounds of men being dragged down. A commissar outside the wall stood on a pile of dead and executed 3 soldiers trying to climb over the wounded. A moment later, A lictor took him from above, impaled him through the chest, and hoisted him onto the vox mast like a banner of meat. The gate sealed. The sound was final. Thousands screamed on the far side. Then the screams changed as the Tyrannids reached them. The surviving guardsmen inside the wall looked at the Death Watch with awe and hatred in equal measure. They had been saved. They had also witnessed the nature of their salvation. Nullus did not address them. "Move!" They passed through the inner trench route toward Manufactorum Kappa, while the swarm battered the sealed gate behind them. The gate would not hold for long. Nothing on Kadaku would hold for long, but long was a relative blessing in a war measured by seconds purchased with thousands of lives. The Manufactorum rose from the jungle like a dead god's ribcage. Its stacks clawed at the spore clouds. Its walls were stained with rain, rust, and alien secretion. Production shrines had been converted into barricades. Conveyor bridges hung broken between towers. The lower access tunnels were flooded with pink runoff. Capillary growths had begun to coil around the foundations, sinking tendrils into the rockcrete and pulsing with absorbed heat. The Vox signal that had drawn them repeated on a loop. Hive node beneath Manufactorum Kappa. Synapse beast present. Emperor preserve. Again. Hive node beneath Manufactorum Kappa. Synapse beast present. Emperor preserve. Again. Darius paused beside a corpse slumped over a Vox relay. Signal source is local. Kelstros knelt and turned the body with his boot. The corpse had been dead for hours. Its throat had been opened and packed with a pulsing organ sac. Wires from the Vox unit disappeared into the sac's wet surface. Baron made the sign of the Aquila. Throne. Ulfar's laughter was gone. It used his voice. Nullus stared at the dead man and the living thing speaking through him. "No," he said. "It used our expectation." The Manufactorum floor trembled. Auspec's returns flickered across his helm display. For hours, the swarm's spore interference had reduced the device to static and ghost shapes. Now, beneath the Manufactorum's lower levels, something massive moved through the substructure. Not one beast, several. Their signatures were too dense, too large, too close. Mud rippled across the floor. Raveners. "Below," Nullus said. "Multiple broods." Darius adjusted his rifle. "Retreat vector?" Nullus looked toward a half-collapsed artillery trench, cutting across the Manufactorum yard. Its guns were dead, but the shell magazines remained. So did the fuel lines. So did the marked coordinates from the Karakan guns still active behind the inner wall. "Counter-ambush." Baron turned slowly. "Explain." "The distress signal brought us to the kill zone. We make the kill zone ours." Ulfar's helm tilted. "How?" Nullus looked at him. The silence lasted one breath too long. The Fenrisian understood. He looked toward the artillery trench, then toward the trembling mud, then back at Nullus. For the first time since the crash, he did not laugh. "You need bait. I need 7 seconds." Baron stepped forward. "I will go." "No," Nullus said. "Your armor is too damaged at the left hip. You will die in 3. Kelstros said nothing. His injured arm hung uselessly. Darius said, "I am required for Overwatch." Ulfar revved his chainsword once. "Then it is my path." Nullus looked at him. "You will not return." The Fenrisian spread his arms as if insulted by the obvious. "Black Shield, none of us will." For the first time, Ulfar struck his fist to his breastplate in salute. Not mockery, not challenge. A warrior's acknowledgement to another warrior standing in the same grave. Nullus returned the salute. Ulfar turned and ran. He crossed the open yard with chainsword roaring, firing his bolt pistol into the mud as he went. "Come then, worms! Come and taste Fenris!" The ground exploded around him. Raveners erupted in a ring of talons and serpentine bodies. The first took his left arm at the elbow. The second speared him through the abdomen. The third wrapped around his legs and dragged him down. Ulfar kept laughing, a bloody crackle over the Vox, swinging his chainsword one-handed as they tore into him. He bought 7 seconds. Nullus marked the coordinates. Fire! Darius triggered the remote link to the Katakan guns. The artillery trench vanished. Shells hammered down in a brutal line, detonating through the yard, the shell magazines and the fuel stores beneath the manufactorum approach. Fire and shrapnel swallowed the Raveners. Alien bodies burst apart in sections, coils of muscle and chitin thrown high into the rain. Ulfar's icon blinked once on the helm display, then went black. No one spoke his name. The floor split open. The Auspex screamed at last, punching through interference with a flood of crimson returns. Beneath Manufactorum Kappa, something immense advanced through the industrial substructure. The building's foundations shifted around it, as if the entire complex had become the ribcage of a buried monster. 3 Carnifex signatures drove ahead of it, heavy and brutal, smashing through support columns, crushing machinery, and forcing a path through the underlevels. Behind them rose a larger return, a towering synapse horror, vast enough that the Manufactorum trembled with each movement, its mind pressing against the kill team through the shadow in the warp, like a claw against the inside of a skull. Baron lifted his bolter. Kelstros checked the last fuel in the flamer. Darius chambered around. Nullus drew his chainsword. Beneath them, the floor began to break. Manufactorum Kappa died like a shrine, trying to remember it had once been a factory. Its walls trembled beneath the pressure of the things moving below. Rusted conveyors hung from the high darkness like chains in a martyr's crypt. Assembly pits yawned open across the floor, each one filled with old oil, rainwater, corpse runoff, and the faint blue reflection of failing lumen strips. Servo skulls drifted in broken circles above abandoned workstations, their optic lenses cracked, their devotional recordings reduced to stuttering fragments. Blessed be the engine, blessed be the hand, blessed be the wound. Then the floor split. Tyranids erupted from the Manufactorum's underlevels in a geyser of claws, steam, and shattered iron. Hormagaunts came first, hundreds of them, pouring from assembly pits and maintenance shafts, talons scraping sparks from the deck. Termagants followed in crouched, twitching packs, flesh borers flexing in their arms like obscene living organs. From furnace vents came rippers in boiling carpets, their tiny bodies blackened by heat, yet still crawling, still biting, still eager to drag every scrap of flesh back into the swarm's endless mouth. The factory became a cathedral of violence. Bolters thundered, ammunition detonated, steam burst from ruptured pipes in white shrieks. Prayer banners caught fire and turned to ash above the heads of black-armored giants. Conveyor shrines collapsed beneath the weight of alien bodies. Old machine spirits wailed through cracked speakers, as if offended by the Xenos' filth spilling across their sacred iron. Nullus fired into the first wave without speaking. His bolt rifle hammered against his shoulder, each mass reactive shell striking home and bursting inside chitinous torsos. Gaunts came apart in red-black sprays. Termagants folded backward as their rib plates blew open. One leaping creature lost its head and kept moving for 3 strides before crashing against his shin. Nullus stepped over it and fired again. "Left gantry," Darius voxed. Nullus shifted half a pace. A line of termagants had climbed the gantry rail and were firing down into the kill team. Living beetle rounds struck the floor, walls and armor, chewing briefly where they found purchase. Baron turned his heavy bolter upward and gave the gantry the Emperor's answer. The weapon roared like judgment. The first burst erased the termagants in a storm of explosive impacts. The second cut through the gantry supports. Iron screamed. The entire structure broke free and crashed into the swarm below, crushing dozens of gaunts beneath mangled steel. Baron stood beneath the falling sparks, the heavy bolter locked to his grip, his armor already scored by acid and living ammunition. "Abhor the alien," he said through his vox. His voice was calm. The Tyranids learned. The gaunts stopped throwing themselves into the open firing lanes. Armored shapes shoved through them instead. Warriors emerged from the steam. taller than men, taller than the Astartes, their skull crests slick with condensation and blood. Bone zords and lash whips moved in their upper limbs. Their lower talons clicked against the deck as they advanced behind the lesser creatures, herding them by synaptic command. Behind them, the first Carnifex forced its way through a ruptured furnace wall, breaking the iron frame apart with its shoulders. It was a walking siege engine made of hunger. Its carapace scraped the ceiling girders. Its tusked head lowered. Acidic drool fell from its jaws and hissed on the floor. Shell fragments, last burns, and old scars marked its hide, but none of them had slowed it. The beast charged before any mortal engine could have registered its size. Beren turned the heavy bolter upon it. The first rounds burst against the Carnifex's chest, gouging craters into the armor plates. The second burst cracked one eye ridge and tore away part of its jaw. The third disappeared beneath the beast's shoulder as it slammed into him. The impact drove Beren across the chamber and into a control shrine, hard enough to flatten the sacred brass lectern beneath his back. One of the Carnifex's talons punched through his abdomen and out through his spine plate. Another caught him at the waist and tore. The Black Templar came apart. His lower body vanished beneath the Carnifex's tread, crushed into ceramite fragments, meat and blood. His upper body remained pinned to the shrine wall, both gauntlets still locked around the heavy bolter's grips. The weapon spirit did not know its wielder was dead by mortal understanding. Neither did Beren's hands. The heavy bolter kept firing. Round after round smashed into the Carnifex's face at point-blank range. The beast roared, a wet thunder that shook dust from the rafters. Beren's Vox opened on the kill team channel, filled with static, blood, and one final phrase. No pity, no fear, no life but his. His gauntlets locked. The heavy bolter fired until the ammunition belt ran dry. The Carnifex staggered, half its head pulverized, then crushed what remained of Beren beneath one massive forelimb. The Black Templar's icon blinked from green to red, then died. No one spoke his name. There was no time. Kelstros moved through the right flank, with the grace of a blade falling in slow motion. His injured arm hung uselessly, armor cracked from the crash, but the Blood Angel killed, as if pain were an insult beneath consideration. He fired his Infernus pistol into a warrior's torso and turned its chest cavity into molten ruin. He stepped through the steam of its death, drew his combat blade, and cut the feeder tendrils from a gaunt's mouth before driving the blade through its skull. A brood of warriors descended upon him from a collapsed conveyor shrine. He met them alone. "Kelstros!" Darius voxed. "Fall back!" "No," Kelstros answered. One warrior's bonezord cut across his shoulder and opened his armor to the flesh beneath. Another lash whip wrapped around his thigh and dragged him down to one knee. Kelstros fired his Infernus pistol into the floor at his own feet, bathing the first warrior in melter wash and vaporizing its legs. He drove his combat blade up beneath the jaw of the second and snapped the hilt sideways, breaking the creature's skull joint. The third speared him through the chest. Kelstros exhaled once. Not a gasp, not a cry. A controlled release of breath, as if disappointed that his body had failed before his will. Then his hand closed around the crack charges at his belt. Nulla saw the motion and understood. "Kelstros," he said. The Blood Angel turned his helm toward him. Even through the cracked lenses and the gore covering his faceplate, there was serenity in the gesture. "For the Emperor," Kelstros said. He detonated the charges. The blast swallowed the warrior brood in white fire and black fragments. Chitin scythed across the chamber like shrapnel. The explosion threw lesser gaunts from their feet and blew a crater through the floor plating, exposing the understructure beneath. Kelstros died laughing through a Vox channel filling with blood. Not from joy, but from contempt. The sound broke into static as his icon vanished. Darius was already moving. He had withdrawn to the upper conveyor spine, using the broken machinery as elevation. Every shot from his Stalker rifle ended something that mattered. Synapse nodes, weapon beasts, leaping organisms mid-flight, a warrior raising its head to direct the swarm, a ravener breaching from the floor behind Nullus. Darius killed without ceremony and without missed shots. The Tyranids changed again. After losing the open advance to bolter fire, they sent armored beasts. After the armored beasts met crack charges and heavy bolter fire, they flooded the floor with rippers. The small horrors poured from vents, drains, corpse piles, and cracks in the floor, climbing over dead gaunts, over living gaunts, over severed limbs, over each other. They swarmed toward the Astartes' boots, seeking joints, seals, fallen flesh, ammunition pouches, exposed wounds. Nullus holstered his bolt rifle when its magazine ran dry and drew his bolt pistol. He fired downward into the carpet of teeth. Rippers burst beneath him, little bodies popping in wet sprays. More came. They climbed his greaves. He crushed them against machinery, scraped them from his armor with the edge of his combat blade, stamped them into paste. One got its jaws into the torn seal at his left knee and chewed through the outer layer before he drove his blade through it and into the floor. "Prometheum," Darius voxed. "Expended," Nullus replied. Above them, the gantries groaned. The Tyranids had learned again. They struck the supports instead of the warriors. Gaunts and warriors hacked at the load-bearing struts, while termagants sprayed living ammunition into the weakened joints. The first gantry collapsed, then the second. Darius leapt from his firing position as the conveyor spine gave way beneath him, landing hard amid a swarm of gaunts. His rifle was knocked from his hands. He drew his pistol and combat blade, killing on the ground now, every movement precise, every strike measured. A ravener came up beneath him. Its talons opened him from hip to collar. Darius did not fall at once. The Dark Angel drove his blade into the creature's eye socket and fired his pistol into its mouth until the weapon clicked empty. The ravener collapsed, dragging him down with it. Rippers swarmed over his armor. For 3 seconds his icon flickered. His vox opened, watch fulfilled. Then the small things found the neck seal. Nullus saw him disappear beneath them. He moved toward Darius, but the second Carnifex entered the chamber. The beast crashed through a furnace arch in a storm of brick, steam, and sacred iron. Its forelimbs were heavy, crushing talons, its back studded with spore chimneys that pulsed as it breathed. It charged not at the closest target, but at the path Nullus had chosen. Leviathan had read the motion of the fight. It had understood the shape of command. Nullus met it with his chainsword. The blade screamed against the Carnifex's carapace, throwing sparks and chips of black armor. He cut once into the forelimb joint, once across the exposed throat muscle, once into the side of the jaw. The beast struck him with its shoulder. The impact hurled him across the chamber and through a hanging curtain of chain hooks. He hit the deck, rolled, came up firing his bolt pistol into its chest. The rounds detonated. The beast did not stop. Nullus drew his combat blade in his left hand. Bolt pistol in one hand, blade in the other, chainsword hanging from his wrist on its retention loop. He fought like a weapon stripped of hope. A warrior came in from his right. He shot out its knee, stepped inside the falling creature's reach, and drove the combat blade through the soft tissue under its chin. Feeder tendrils lashed around his wrist. He seized them and ripped them from the creature's throat in a wet rope, pulling until something vital came free. The warrior convulsed and died choking on its own alien blood. Another gaunt leapt for his helm. He caught it by the skull and crushed its head against a machinery block until the bone plate split and its brain matter smeared across the iron. His pistol clicked empty. He threw it into the face of a termagant hard enough to cave in its snout, then brought the chainsword back into both hands. The kill team was gone. Baron, Kelstros, Darius, Ulfar already dead outside in the artillery trench. Only Nullus remained. The Synapse horror rose from the central assembly pit. It was not as large as the Carnifex's, but its presence was worse. Tall, pale, crowned with layered bone plates and trailing nerve whips, it pulled itself up through the machinery, as if born from the manufacturum's own corpse. Its eyes were black, wet, and depthless. Around it, the swarm moved with renewed precision. Gaunts straightened. Termagants shifted fire lanes. Rippers parted around its limbs. The pressure of its mind struck Nullus through the shadow in the warp, not as words, not as thought, but as command intended for lesser flesh. Submit, feed, be broken down. Nullus answered with motion. He charged. The first Carnifex, half blinded from Beron's final fire, lumbered into his path. Nullus slid beneath its talons, drove his chainsword into the wound crater where its eye had been, and pushed until the teeth bit deep. The blade jammed in the skull. He abandoned it. The beast thrashed, dying, crushing gaunts beneath its feet as he passed. The synapse horror turned its head. The swarm came for him from every side. Nullus used his armored fists. He punched through a gaunt's chest and used the corpse as a shield against flesh-borer fire. He drove his shoulder into a warrior's abdomen and slammed it against a conveyor pillar until its spine cracked. He broke a termagant's jaw with the heel of his hand, tore its weapon symbiote free, and crushed both underfoot. His armor was black no longer. It was red, purple, green, and shining with acid burns. Warning runes crawled across his vision. Ammunition exhausted. Left knee compromised. Right vambrace cracked. Blood loss increasing. Irrelevant. He reached the synapse horror as it raised its lash whips. One whip struck his chest and cracked the ceramite. Another wrapped around his left arm and tightened until armor plates buckled. Nullus stepped into the pain. His combat blade flashed once, twice, 3 times, cutting the tendrils not cleanly but enough. The horror's talons came down. One scraped across his helm and took part of the faceplate. Another drove into his side. He struck its throat with his fist. The first blow dented bone. The second broke it. The third drove splinters inward. The synapse beast convulsed. Nullus seized its head crest with both hands and pulled down with all the strength of transhuman muscle and ancient hatred. Something tore inside its neck. He rammed his knee into its chest, drove the combat blade beneath the cracked skull plate, and twisted until the blade snapped. The synapse horror fell backward into the pit, nerve whips thrashing. For a moment, the swarm lost coherence. Not fully. Not enough. Leviathan did not depend upon a single beast, where 1,000 deeper nodes pulsed beneath the earth. But the precision vanished. Gaunts struck each other. Termagants fired into their own broods. Rippers flooded blindly into machinery and were crushed. The chamber became chaos, and for 10 breaths Nullus killed without opposition worthy of the word. Then the third Carnifex hit him. It came through the side wall in a storm of plasteel, cogitator banks, prayer brass, and broken statues of machine saints. Nullus turned in time to see its tusked head lowered. Its talons spread wide. Impact. His world became red. The Carnifex drove him through a wall of plasteel and sacred machinery. Cogitator spines shattered around him, brass icons flattened against his back. Talons tore through his black armor, punching through the abdomen plate and into organs that would have ended any mortal life before the pain reached the brain. His secondary heart spasmed, his primary heart hammered, his lungs filled with blood and recycled air. His helm display shattered into fragments of warning light. The beast pinned him against the wreckage, pushing deeper, trying to crack him open. Nullus could not move his left arm. His right found the cracked charge at his belt. The Carnifex's jaws opened before his damaged helm. Hot, acidic breath washed over him. Feeder organisms wriggled between its teeth. Its talons drove deeper, and the pain became distant, white, almost clean. Nullus leaned into the impalement. The movement forced the talons farther through him. Armor split. Flesh tore. Something wet inside him gave way. The Carnifex pushed harder, mistaking surrender for weakness. Nullus locked himself against its body. His right hand shoved the crack charge beneath the softer tissue below the creature's skull plate into the pulsing meat behind the jaw hinge. His broken fingers activated the rune. "Nullus persists," he rasped. The detonation filled the chamber with thunder. The Carnifex's head came apart in a blast of chitin shards, acidic blood, shredded muscle, and fragments of black ceramite torn from Nullus's own armor. The explosion hurled him backward through the ruined machinery. He landed amid corpses, half buried beneath alien bodies and pieces of his brothers. For a while, he heard nothing but static. Then rain, not outside rain. Water from ruptured pipes, falling through smoke, hissing on hot metal. His vision returned in broken red fragments. Baron's icon was gone. Kelstros gone. Darius gone. Ulfar gone. Kill Team Kasairan existed now only as meat, memory, and duty fulfilled. Something moved nearby, a gaunt, crippled, dragging itself through the wreckage with both legs missing. Its jaws opened and closed. One talon scraped against the floor as it pulled itself toward him. Nullus tried to rise. His body refused. He crawled, one hand forward, dragged the weight. Ignore the alarms. Ignore the blood filling the armor. Ignore the punctured organs. Ignore the exposed nerves screaming beneath broken plate. One hand forward. Again. Again. The gaunt reached for him. Nullus closed his gauntlet around its skull and crushed until it burst. He lay still among the dead. His vox, damaged and open, recorded breath, static, and the words he repeated because there was nothing else left to be. Nullus persists. Static. Breath. Nullus persists. Static. Breath. Nullus persists. Far above Kadaku, beyond the spore-choked atmosphere, beyond the dying defense platforms and the feeding shadows of bioships, real space tore open at the edge of the Residius system. The righteous fury translated from the warp amid a storm of empiric discharge, its Geller field bleeding witchlight as it returned to the material realm. It was a vessel of the Ultramarines, blue-hulled and gold-marked, its prow shaped like a blade, its gun decks already cycling awake. Around it came escorts, strikecraft, and the hard brilliance of Imperial war engines, arriving too late for millions, and just in time for something no one yet understood. In the Strategium, beneath banners of Macraga and the stern gaze of Gilliman wrought in marble and gold, Chief Librarian Varro Tigurius staggered. The shadow in the warp pressed against him like an ocean of blind mouths. It drowned prophecy. It murdered clarity. It filled the spaces between thoughts with hunger so vast that lesser psychers would have clawed out their own eyes to escape it. Astropaths aboard the fleet screamed in their sanctified cells. Some died. Some burst their restraints. Some whispered in clicking voices before bolt pistols ended them. Tigurius endured. His staff struck the deck. Frost spread from its ferrule. Blue witchlight crawled along the veins of his face. Blood ran from one nostril, then the other. Around him, serfs fell to their knees and prayed. Ultramarines officers turned, hands near weapons, not from fear of him, but from fear of what he might be seeing. First Captain Severus Agamemnon stepped toward him. Chief Librarian. Tigurius did not answer at once. Beneath the crushing alien presence, beneath the billions of tyrannid minds moving as one hunger, beneath the psychic death screams rising from Kadaku, he had felt something impossible. A soul sign. Buried, wounded, almost extinguished, covered in black oath and old shame. A warrior's presence he had believed lost to suspicion, inquisition, and time. Tigurius opened his eyes. They shone with cold blue fire. Kadaku, he said. Agamemnon's expression hardened. The world is falling. Yes. Then speak plainly. Tigurius looked through the hololithic projection, through the fleet, through the atmosphere, through the dying manufactorum and the heap of corpses where a black shield still breathed. Demetrian Titus lives. The righteous fury prepared for war with the solemnity of a tomb opening its eyes. The strike cruiser cut through the outer dark of the Residius system, with its prow turned toward Kadaku, its engines burning like contained suns, its void shields shimmering beneath the impact of spore debris and distant fragments of dead orbital stations. Its blue hull bore the sigils of Ultramar, proud even beneath scoring and old campaign scars. Gold edged the great Aquila across its flanks, lance batteries tracked with patient malice. Torpedo tubes yawned open behind blast shutters marked with catechisms of launch and vengeance. Within, the ship was no less alive than the bio-vessels haunting the void, though its soul was iron, oil, incense, and wrath. Chapter serfs in blue and white robes moved along the torpedo decks, chanting litanies over warheads taller than men. Their voices rose and fell in overlapping waves, each syllable bound to ancient ritual. They touched the casings with oil-dampened fingers, anointed serial seals, checked ignition spirits, and kissed the edges of purity parchment before locking the munitions into their racks. Servo arms lifted macro shells into loading cradles with the sound of chains dragging across a cathedral floor. Tech Marines walked among the gun crews like red-armored priests of a sterner god. Their servo harnesses clicked and hissed. Mechadendrites stroked gun housings, fed incense into brass sensors, and pressed sparking communion jacks into data sockets. One Tech Marine stood before a temperamental dorsal lance and spoke to it for 7 minutes without pause, his voice half Binharic static, half prayer, until the weapon ceased its warning chime and accepted the coming slaughter. In the Apothecarian, white armored figures prepared reductor tools beneath cold surgical lumen strips. Bone saws were sanctified. Gene seed caskets were unlocked. Narthecium reservoirs were filled with coagulants, pain suppressants, and combat stimulants strong enough to stop mortal hearts. The apothecaries did not speak of survival. They spoke of recovery, extraction, purity, and continuity. Flesh was transient. Gene seed was legacy. The sons of Gilliman did not waste either. In the arming vaults, Ultramarines veterans sealed their helms. Some bore the badges of the Tyrannic wars upon their armor. Others carried old scars from Macraga, Ichar, Espandor, and worlds whose names survived only as oaths, scratched into pauldron rims. Their plate was polished but not pristine. The blue ceramite had been burned, repaired, blessed, and sent back into war. Chainswords were tested. Bolt rifles were loaded with mass reactive vengeance. Plasma incinerators hummed within containment tolerances. Missile racks clamped into place. Power fists crackled with restrained force. Each warrior moved as one part of a greater mechanism, a perfect discipline made flesh. In the Strategium, First Captain Severus Agamon watched Kadaku die. The hololithic projection above the command table flickered beneath interference. Kadaku rotated in ghostlight, veiled by spore bands and orbital ruin. Crimson icons marked Tyrannid presence across the continents until the map seemed more wound than world. Imperial positions blinked in isolated clusters, each one surrounded, each one diminishing. Naval assets in orbit were shattered or silent. Defense stations were gone. The Astra Militarum formations still broadcasting had been reduced to broken lines, rearguard pockets, and static. A mortal commander would have despaired. A lesser space marine might have raged, Agamon calculated. He was massive in artificer plate, his face stern and weathered, his expression carved from discipline. He knew the scale. He knew a single chapter could not arrest a Hive fleet by force of arms, not on every front, not across every world. The Adeptus Astartes were not a wall built to hold back an ocean. They were the blade driven into the artery beneath the armor. They did not need to win a planet to change a war. They needed to strike where the enemy's hunger depended upon nerve, synapse, or momentum. Beside him, Chief Librarian Varro Tigurius stood with both hands upon his staff. The runes worked into the force weapon flickered, then dimmed, then flared again in cold blue. Frost had gathered along the edges of his gauntlets despite the strategium heat. Blood marked the skin beneath his nose, thin and dark. The shadow in the warp pressed against him from Kadaku like a sea trying to drown a flame. "It is worsening," Agamemnon said. Tigurius did not open his eyes. "It is not weather to worsen. It is hunger given psychic mass, an ocean of blind appetite pressing against the skull. Every mind below is being smothered beneath it. Every prayer goes unheard. Every astropath who looks toward that world sees teeth before death takes him. Can you still mark the signal?" "Yes." Agamemnon studied him. "Can you still trust what you see?" Tigurius opened his eyes then. Witchlight burned in them, not wild, not uncontrolled, but immense and cold. "The soul below is known to me. It is lost, but not extinguished." The strategium fell silent. Veterans heard the weight beneath the words. Serfs lowered their eyes without understanding why. Agamemnon's jaw tightened. "Name him." Tigurius turned his gaze toward the dying hololith of Kadaku. "Not yet." Agamemnon did not like the answer. His face did not show this, but the warriors nearest him felt it all the same, the way one feels pressure before thunder. "Then we recover what you have marked and decide afterward." He looked to the command dais. "Launch the soul blade." The righteous fury opened its claws. Thunderhawks descended from the strike cruiser's launch bays in disciplined formation, their engines burning white through the darkness. Storm Talon gunships swept ahead, twin assault cannons spinning to life, missile pods armed, Las Talons warming. Drop coordinates streamed between helms, gunships, and the strike cruiser above. The Ultramarines did not descend as a mob of heroes, they descended as an equation of death. Kadaku rose beneath them, vast and poisoned. The upper atmosphere was no longer Kadaku's possession. It belonged to Leviathan. Spore clouds churned in continents of rot. Winged organisms moved inside them, dense enough to confuse auger returns into solid walls. Gargoyles struck the gunships by the hundreds. Shrikes came behind them, larger and more cunning, diving through the burning air with talons outstretched. Spore mines drifted upward on obscene gas sacks, seeking heat, motion, and engine wash. "Contact dense," voxed a Storm Talon pilot. "Clear the descent corridor," answered the Thunderhawk command channel. The sky ignited. Storm Talons cut into the living clouds with assault cannon fire. Shell streams ripped through wings, bodies, and spore sacks, turning swarms into red-black mist that smeared across the air and froze briefly in the high cold before burning in the descent heat. Missiles spiraled into denser clusters and burst with disciplined fury. Gargoyles splattered across cockpit glass like wet ash. Some hit hard enough to crack outer panes. Others slid away in streaks of ichor and burning membrane. A Thunderhawk took a spore mine beneath its port engine. The explosion threw it sideways, trailing flame. A Shrike brood slammed into its wing, tearing at stabilizers, bodies burning as they clung to the armored hull. The gunship did not break formation. Its side-mounted heavy bolters traversed and fired, shredding the attackers at point-blank range. The Thunderhawk corrected, descended, and kept its place in the pattern. "Courage and honor," voxed the pilot. The answer came from a dozen helms. "Courage and honor." They struck Kadaku with cerulean thunder. The first Thunderhawk landed not in the open, but upon a ridge already selected by orbital analysis, overlooking a valley where Tyrannids were pressing through 3 collapsed guard lines. Its assault ramp slammed down into mud and alien corpses. Intercessors deployed in 2 files, bolt rifles raised, firing before their boots had fully left the ramp. They did not roar. They did not waste breath. Their fire came in measured volleys, each squad controlling its lane, each shot placed into the densest pressure points of the swarm. Aggressors followed, heavy flame gauntlets and boltstorm weapons, turning the jungle edge into a furnace. Promethium washed over gaunts and rippers in sheets, cooking them inside their shells, bursting eyes, splitting carapaces, reducing lesser organisms to blackened sludge. Hellblasters took position behind them and opened fire at the marked monsters. Plasma incinerators cracked with sun-blue fury, burning holes through warrior broods and punching molten wounds into Carnifex armor. Inceptors dropped from above like falling judgment, jump packs roaring, slamming into the rear of a Tyrannid push that had been moments from overrunning a guard bunker. Their assault bolters spoke downward, turning the packed bodies beneath them into a cratered field of burst chitin. A Redemptor dreadnought strode from the second Thunderhawk, sarcophagus sealed, optics burning, its macro-plasma incinerator charged with a rising whine. Target priority confirmed, the ancient warrior within voxed. Synapse node. The shot erased a warrior prime, and everything within 10 paces of it. The valley became a meat grinder. The Ultramarines did not fight like the Death Watch. Kill Team Kasseran had been a clenched fist of individual killers, each brother a blade from a different forge, lethal and proud and alone, even in formation. They had hunted through Kadaku as executioners of the long vigil, reading the alien close enough to feel its breath. The Ultramarines fought as something colder and larger. Every squad was a blade in a larger machine. Intercessors pinned, aggressors burned, Hellblasters cracked armor, Inceptors broke rear pressure, Eliminators marked synapse creatures from shadowed ridges, Dreadnoughts anchored the line as walking bastions, Thunderhawks lifted, circled, and returned fire support with heavy bolters, lascannons, and vengeance launchers. The Tyrannids died by the 1,000. They came on by the 1,000,000. The guardsmen who had prayed for rescue watched the blue giants arrive and felt fear bloom through their exhausted faith. Salvation had come, yes. It came as explosive shells detonating bodies close enough to shower them in alien meat. It came as promethium that burned jungle, xenos, and screaming wounded alike when the infection line was too close to separate. It came as orders barked through Vox channels with no patience for weakness. Fall back by fire, team. I cannot, my lord. My leg is gone. Then pass your ammunition to a man who can obey. A sergeant of the Astra Militarum tried to drag 3 wounded men toward the Ultramarine line. An intercessor stepped over them to maintain his firing angle. A medic screamed for aid. An apothecary glanced once, identified no gene seed, no strategic value, no contamination worth preserving, and moved on. The guardsmen had begged for angels. What arrived were angels of death, and they were terrible beyond prayer. Agamemnon's command presence cut through the battle net like a blade. Soulblade Aurelius, advance. Soulblade Cato, hold valley ingress. Mark bioartillery on the eastern spur. Redemptor Hector, anchor left. Tigurius, your signal. Tigurius stood within the open ramp of a hovering Thunderhawk, staff in one hand, the other raised toward the Manufactorum district veiled in smoke. His psychic hood sparked with blue fire. The shadow in the warp pressed harder as they neared the signal. Around him, warriors felt the pressure as unease, a wrongness beneath their secondary hearts. Mortal pilots tasted blood in their mouths. There, Tigurius said. A rune appeared across the shared display. Manufactorum Kappa. Agamemnon studied the position. The district is overrun. Yes. Resistance. Deathwatch. Fading. Survivors. Tigurius's answer came after a pause. 1. The Thunderhawks banked toward the Manufactorum, storm talons sweeping before them. The jungle below convulsed as Tyrannid organisms redirected, sensing the new threat. Winged beasts rose in shrieking spirals. Biovore spores drifted across the flight path. The lead storm talon cut them apart, but one burst too close to a trailing gunship, showering its canopy in acid. The pilot held course while the outer glass smoked and ran. The Ultramarines landed in the Manufactorum yard amid alien corpses, broken artillery pits, and the torn remnants of a Deathwatch counter-ambush. The place stank of promethium, hot metal, old blood, and Tyrannid ichor. Half the Manufactorum had collapsed inward, Its walls bulged where something massive had passed beneath or through them. The ground was carpeted in dead gaunts, warrior fragments, ravener coils, and chunks of larger beasts. Black armor lay among them in pieces. Agamemnon stepped from the Thunderhawk with a sternguard escort. Tigurius followed, his staff striking the gore-slick ground. An apothecary named Nestor moved beside them, Narthecium armed, helm lenses scanning. They found Ulfar first, or what remained of him. The Space Wolf had died outside near the artillery trench, his armor torn open, one arm gone, his chainsword still buried in a ravener's spine. The weapon's teeth twitched weakly, clogged with alien cartilage. Inside the manufactorum, they found Beren fused into a ruin of shrine brass and pulverized plasteel, his gauntlets still locked around the grips of an empty heavy bolter. Kelstros lay in the crater, where his crack charges had taken him, and a warrior brewed into death together. Darius was almost hidden beneath a carpet of dead rippers, his combat blade still lodged through the skull of the beast that had opened him. "A worthy end," said one stern guard. Agamemnon looked across the chamber. "A costly one. All worthy ends are." "No," Agamemnon said. "Only the ones poets survive to misunderstand." Tigurius moved past them, deeper into the broken heart of the manufactorum. The corpses grew thicker. Tyrannid bodies lay stacked in heaps where firing lanes had collapsed into killing grounds. A Carnifex lay with half its head torn away by heavy bolter fire. Another had died with a chainsword buried in its skull. A synapse organism sprawled across the central pit, its throat crushed, skull pried open, nerve whips severed. Then they found the third Carnifex. Its body was headless, slumped over broken machinery. Beneath it, under plasteel wreckage and a mound of dead feeder beasts, something moved. Apothecary Nestor stepped forward. His auspex blinked with failing life signs. "Black shield," he said. "Massive trauma. Armor breach at multiple points. Primary organ damage. Secondary heart irregular. Blood loss catastrophic. Neural response degraded." Agamemnon approached. A black gauntlet protruded from beneath the wreckage. Its fingers were locked around the throat spine of a dead feeder organism, crushing it even in unconsciousness. The warrior beneath the debris breathed in wet, grinding intervals. His armor was torn open, scorched, pierced, and half dissolved by acid. No chapter badge marked him. No honor script named him. The silver arm of the Death Watch was almost black beneath dried gore. Nestor raised his Narthecium and checked the warrior's helm feed. "Unrecoverable," the apothecary said. "I will administer final rites and recover progenoids." "No." The word came from Tigurius. It struck the chamber harder than a command. Nestor paused. "Chief Librarian?" Tigurius knelt in the blood and machinery. He reached toward the broken helm, not touching it at first, as if the name itself were a relic sealed beneath dust. The shadow in the warp pressed around him. The manufactorum shook with distant impacts. Outside, the Ultramarines continued to kill and burn. But in that moment, the chamber narrowed to the broken black shield, and the Psyker, who recognized what time, suspicion, and shame had tried to erase. Nestor spoke carefully. "My lord, his survival probability is beneath acceptable threshold." Tigurius looked at him. "Titus." The apothecary went still. Agamemnon's expression did not change. That was how those who knew him understood the depth of what he felt. "Confirm," the first captain said. Tigurius did not look away from the ruined warrior. "Demetrian Titus, former captain of the Second Company, lost to us, not dead." Nestor lowered the reductor. For the first time since making planetfall, Agamemnon allowed silence to hold. Then he gave the order. "Extract him." The Thunderhawk lifted from Manufactorum Kappa with its hold full of dead honor and one living wound. Below, Kadaku burned. The Ultramarines withdrew by formation, not haste. Intercessors fell back in ordered steps. Aggressors laid down curtains of flame. Hellblasters fired until their coils bled heat warnings. Dreadnought Hector walked backward through the mud, assault cannon roaring, crushing gaunts beneath each step, as if grinding insects into a chapel floor. Storm talons carved the pursuit apart long enough for the Thunderhawks to rise. At the edge of the Manufactorum district, Imperial survivors saw the blue gunships leaving. They screamed. Some raised blood-slick hands. Some fired signal flares into the rain. Some ran from trench lines as Tyranids spilled over the walls behind them. Vox channels filled with pleas for extraction, coordinates, promises of loyalty, prayers to the Emperor, curses against the angels abandoning them. A guardsman with no helm stood atop a bunker and held the Aquila high until gargoyles descended upon him and tore him into pieces beneath the departing engines. Inside the Thunderhawk, Nullus lay clamped to a Medicae rack, armor cut open, blood pumping through emergency lines. His remaining helm lens flickered once. Tigurius stood over him. Behind them, through the assault ramp's narrow view slit, Kadaku receded into fire, teeth, and spore dark. The mission was complete. The planet was dead. The apothecarian of the righteous fury received Nullus, as it would have received a ruined weapon of sacred provenance. No one called him a man. No one wasted breath upon comfort. He was lifted from the Thunderhawk's Medicae rack by servo arms clad in white enamel and oil-dark steel. Blood fell from him in thick ropes, pattering across the grated deck before being sucked into drainage channels that led to sanctified reclamation tanks. His black armor was fused to him in places where acid, heat, and pressure had married ceramite to flesh. Tyrannid ichor smoked in the rents across his plate. Strips of torn muscle showed beneath cracked abdominal shielding. Broken armor seals hissed with each wet mechanical breath. Around him, apothecaries moved with the cold reverence of executioners in a cathedral. Primary heart unstable, secondary heart spasming, lung tissue breached and contaminated, Laraman response insufficient, black carapace trauma extensive, gene seed integrity unknown, probability of survival beneath acceptable battlefield threshold. "Do not recite cowardice as diagnosis," said Apothecary Nestor. "Cut." The first servo saw bit into Nullus's armor. The machine screamed against the ceramite. Sparks spat across white plate. Chapter serfs chained to their duties by oath and terror held basins, clamps, and surgical relics in trembling hands, while the angels of death opened one of their own without gentleness. Sections of black armor came away in jagged slabs. Beneath them, flesh tore where the plate had fused into the wounds. Nullus did not wake. His body shook against the restraints all the same, transhuman nerves reacting to torment, even as drug injectors pumped him full of suppressants potent enough to kill a mortal regiment. The apothecarian bay smelled of blood, disinfectant, sacred oils, burned meat, and alien acid. A warning chime began its shrill complaint. "Silence it," Nestor ordered. A serf obeyed. Another chime began. "Secondary heart arresting. Clamp and force rhythm." A servo arm punched a needle bundle between ribs and into the failing organ. Electrical pulses slammed through ruined flesh. Nullus arched against the table, restraints groaning, blood bubbling from the remains of his helm seal. His fists clenched so hard that one cracked gauntlet split along the knuckles. "Rhythm restored." "Temporary," said another apothecary. "All life is temporary. Continue." They did not remove his helm whole. They cut it from him. When the broken faceplate came away, the man beneath the black showed himself at last. Pale skin, old scars, newer wounds, a face carved by endurance rather than peace. Blood slicked his jaw and throat. His eyes remained closed, though beneath the lids they moved rapidly, following wars no one else could see. Nullus was dying. Dimitri and Titus dreamed. Graia burned again. He smelled promethium, orc sweat, hot metal, and the lightning stink of warp breach. He saw Manufactorum towers vomiting smoke into a poisoned sky. He heard greenskins roaring in their crude millions, all tusk, iron, and stupidity made dangerous by mass. He felt a chainsword in his grip, and the old, clean certainty of command. He remembered blue armor before it became black. He remembered men looking at him and seeing salvation. Then the memory cracked. Warp light spilled through it. Gold fire, purple shadow, a demon's laughter under reality. Power in his hands that should have killed him, power that had not. He remembered standing where no untainted soul should have stood and surviving. He remembered victory becoming accusation, a brother's eyes, suspicion, not shouted, not spoken at first, merely present, the way rot begins under a sealed wound, then iron restraints, then thrax. The Inquisitor's face was a series of impressions rather than a whole, a rosette gleaming in sterile light, thin lips, old eyes that mistook suspicion for wisdom, robes whispering across stone, fingers steepled while others did the cutting. "You endured the touch of the warp," Thrax said. "I endured the enemy," Titus answered. "No, you endured what destroys souls. There is a distinction. I am untainted, so say all vessels before they break." The first year had been questioning, the next had been proof. The years after that became methods. Psychers entered his mind with sanctioned cruelty, dragging memories out like viscera from an opened belly. They sifted through Graia, through battle, through command, through every moment of rage, doubt, pride, and pain. They found no demon mark, no whispering patron, no seed of chaos flowering in the soul, so they searched harder. Chirurgeons opened him and closed him. Needles entered arteries. Purity brands burned across his skin. Hexagrammic wards were painted over old scars. He was placed in stasis until dust gathered on the outside of his prison glass. He woke to new faces asking old questions. "What are you? A servant of the Emperor? What spared you? Duty? What hides inside you? Nothing. What does nothing call itself?" He did not answer that one. In the Apothecarian of the Righteous Fury, a bone spreader forced open his ribcage. Servo arms drew the ribs apart with hydraulic patience. Blood welled. The exposed organs pulsed beneath white lumen glare. Apothecaries leaned in, helms reflecting wet red. One removed dead tissue blackened by tyrannid acid. Another injected antitoxin into the liver and secondary heart. Another used a micro-cautery wand to burn away contamination from the lining of a punctured lung. Each act was invasion. Each invasion was sanctified. Right lung insufficient. Replace damaged tissue with vat-cultured graft. Abdominal breach contaminated by Xenos toxin. Excise. Pain response increasing. Irrelevant. Neural shock rising. Data accepted. Continue. Mercy was not softness in that chamber. Mercy was function preserved at any cost. Pain was data. Blood was resource. Flesh was the shrine in which war lived, and the shrine could be broken, stripped, reinforced, and consecrated again. Apothecary Nestor looked over the open body and reached his decision. "He will not survive repair." Another apothecary turned his helm. "Then recover gene seed." "No, prepare the Calgarian rites." The words changed the air. Even the serfs understood enough to fear them. The Calgarian rites were not healing. Healing belonged to men who expected to return to what they had been. These rites were crossing and trial, mutilation and ascension, death resisted by making the body no longer the same body. The Rubicon Primaris had claimed heroes and remade survivors into something greater, stronger, more dangerous. It had also killed those whose bodies failed beneath the gifts. Nullus had no margin left. That made him a candidate. Nestor spoke the initiation cant in a voice without tremor. "By the lineage of Guilliman, by the blood of Macraga, by the precedent of Calgar, by the necessity of war, commence." They cut deeper. Sinew coils were readied. Durametallic muscle cables coiled like silver serpents in nutrient suspension. The Magnificat lay within a reliquary field, a small and terrible miracle of genecraft meant to magnify the Emperor's stolen design. The Belisarian furnace waited dormant, a last wrathful engine to be buried inside him, one more secret fire to awaken only when death reached for his throat again. Titus dreamed beneath the knives. He remembered refusing rebellion. There had been a day, though he no longer knew how many decades into custody, when a door had opened and a lesser man might have seen escape, a guard dead on the floor, alarms distant, a restraint loose because some scribe had made a mortal error, his right hand free, his strength enough to pulp skulls, tear doors from hinges, break the robed men who had stripped him of honor and called it prudence. He had looked at the dead guard. He had looked at his own free hand. He had done nothing. To kill servants of the Inquisition would have proven every doubt. To flee would have made guilt out of endurance. To rebel against imperial authority, even unjust authority, would have been to become the shape of their fear. He had closed the restraint around his wrist and waited. When Thrax came, the Inquisitor regarded the dead guard, the unlocked restraint, the prisoner still seated. You could have escaped. Yes. Why did you not? Because I am innocent. Thrax leaned closer. No, because you are disciplined. The Inquisitor had almost smiled. That is worse. In the Apothecarian, Tigurius entered Titus's mind. He did not come as comfort. Comfort was for mortals and children. He came as judgment, armed with light. The chief librarian's psychic presence pierced the fever darkness like a blade of blue fire. Around him pressed the shadow in the warp, the psychic mass of Leviathan clawing at the edges of thought, filling dream space with chitinous motion and endless hunger. Tigurius moved through it with immense effort. Blood ran from his nose in the waking world. In the mind, it fell upward in slow red beads that burned into sparks. Titus stood in the dream before him, wearing black armor split open at the chest, blue visible beneath like an older wound. Tigurius, he said. Demetrian Titus. The name struck harder than any blade. I am Nullus. You are what shame named you. You come to judge. Yes, no lie, no comfort. The dream changed around them. Graia, the interrogation cell, the Deathwatch fortress, Kadaku's manufactorum, dead brothers, dead Xenos, dead men outside sealed gates. The images circled like carrion birds. Tigurius walked through them. He searched, not the way Thrax had searched, with hunger disguised as suspicion. Tigurius searched as one warrior examines a weapon recovered from ash. He found shame, deep and old, folded around the soul like black cloth. He found rage, controlled so tightly it had become another form of discipline. He found obedience, scarred but unbroken. He found exhaustion beyond sleep, a century of endurance calcified into silence. He found duty, not bright, not triumphant, but iron-hot beneath the ruin. He did not find corruption, no demon sigil, no warp spore clinging to the soul, no whispering god with talons in the heart, no secret altar in the mind, no hidden bargain, only a son of Gilliman, left too long in shadow. Tigurius lifted his staff in the dream. You are untainted. Titus looked at him. The words did not heal him. Healing would have been too gentle. They broke something that had been holding him upright for more than a century. My lord, Titus said, and the title carried more pain than relief. The dream collapsed into surgery. The apothecaries implanted the new systems with brutal precision. Sinew coils threaded through muscle, binding strength into ruined limbs. Reinforced organs were seated in place and fed with thick arterial lines. The Belisarian furnace disappeared beneath the blood-slick architecture of his torso. The Magnificat was set with the care of a relic and the violence of a weapon being loaded. His ribs were drawn back into place and fixed with adamantine grafts. Dead flesh was burned away. Living flesh was forced to accept what had been added. Failure alarms screamed. Cardiac collapse. Stimulate. Neural storm. Suppress. Rejection signs. Flood with stabilizer. Temperature rising. Acceptable. Blood pressure falling. Force circulation. Pumps drove his blood through sanctified filters, out of him and back into him, removing poison, alien residue, clotted fragments, and battlefield filth. His blood ran through glass tubes in dark torrents, then crimson, then dark again. Servo arms stitched muscle with wire fine enough to cut bone. Cautery flames kissed wounds closed. Flesh sizzled. The table shook beneath the force of his body trying to die. Nestor leaned close to the open chest. "Not yet," he said. It was not encouragement. It was an order. Hours passed in red light, or days. Time meant little inside the righteous fury, less still in the kingdom between death and return. When Titus awoke, the first thing he knew was weight, not weakness. Weight. His body felt wrong because it felt vast. Every limb carried a density that had not been there before. His heart struck with deeper force. Breath entered reinforced lungs with painful clarity. Muscles responded too strongly to the smallest command. His hands flexed against restraints sized for Adeptus Astartes, and found them almost fragile. Pain lived everywhere, but it lived beneath power. He opened his eyes. The apothecarian ceiling came into focus. White lumen strips, brass scripture, servo skulls watching from the shadows, the smell of antiseptic and old blood, the distant thunder of guns through the hull. Apothecary Nestor stood beside him. Chief Librarian Tigurius stood beyond, face pale, eyes heavy with the cost of his work. Titus's throat was raw. His first words emerged as a growl. "Where is my war gear?" Nestor's helm tilted by a fraction. Awake and oriented, prioritization remains martial. "Answer. Your Death Watch plate is destroyed. Your weapons are recovered where possible. Replacement war gear is being prepared." Titus turned his head toward Tigurius. The movement hurt. The hurt was irrelevant. "My lord," Tigurius approached, "you have crossed the Rubicon, the Calgarian rights held where lesser flesh would have failed." "Nullus?" "Dead," Tigurius said. "If you allow it." Titus said nothing. Tigurius continued, "I entered your mind while your body failed. I found no taint, no corruption, no mark of the archenemy. I will bear that testimony before the chapter and before any who question it." Titus stared at him, and for a moment the apothecarian, the war, the pain, and the ship all receded behind the weight of those words. "No taint," he said, "no taint." A silence followed. It was not peace. Peace had no place aboard a warship in the path of Leviathan. It was a pause between blows. "By order of Chapter Master Marneus Calgar," Tigurius said, "you are restored to the Ultramarines." Titus closed his eyes. Blue armor, cold mountains, the halls of Macraga, the oaths of the chapter, the faces of brothers lost to time, war, and suspicion. A century in black, a century named nothing, a century convincing himself that absence was service. He opened his eyes again. "What rank?" Tigurius did not soften the answer. "You are no longer captain of the second company." Titus had expected it. Expectation did not blunt the blade. "Who commands?" "Captain Servastus Acheran." "Competent?" "Yes." "Then the company is served." Tigurius watched him closely. "You are appointed lieutenant of the second company under his command. You will serve where ordered. Your restoration is not absolution in the eyes of all. Suspicion may remain." Titus looked down at his hands. They were larger now, stronger. Not the hands he remembered, though they obeyed him. His body had been remade, his name returned, his honor partially restored, yet within him the old wound opened wider than any tyrannid talon had managed. Once he had commanded the second. Now he would stand beneath another in the company that had been his. He could have felt insult. He chose duty. "As the chapter wills," Titus said. Tigurius inclined his head. "Courage and honor." The word struck him like a memory of sunlight. Titus answered because he was an Ultramarine, because he had always been an Ultramarine, even when black armor and imperial suspicion had buried the truth beneath silence. Courage and honor. The black was scraped away with knives small enough for scripture. Chapter Serfs worked in silence around the armor cradle, their heads bowed, their fingers gloved in white cloth stained by oil, solvent, ash, and old blood. The remains of the Deathwatch plate had been recovered from Kadaku in pieces, though much of it had been too broken, too acid-eaten, or too deeply fused to flesh to be sanctified for reuse. What could be preserved had been laid upon a blue velvet shroud beside the new war plate, not as trophies, not as relics, but as evidence that one life had ended and another had been ordered to continue. Titus stood upon the arming dais aboard the Righteous Fury, naked from the waist up, his rebuilt body marked by fresh surgical seams and the older cartography of war. His flesh had changed. The proportions were wrong by memory and correct by new design. The crossing of the Rubicon had made him broader, denser, stronger, more responsive in ways that still offended the instincts of his older self. Muscles shifted beneath skin like caged engines. His hearts beat with a deeper rhythm. His bones seemed too heavy for memory, yet too light for the power they now carried. The serfs did not look at his face. They scraped the last flecks of black from the recovered fragments that would be sealed into the new plate's inner reliquary recesses. Nullus was being buried by inches. Black dust fell into copper bowls. It mixed with shavings of ceramite, dried alien ichor, and flakes of scorched silver from the Deathwatch arm. A serf whispered a low rite over each fragment before surrendering it to the armory priest.
Remember, don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe. Support helps.
Then came the blue. Not paint, not truly. Warplate was not made noble by color alone. The ceramite had already been forged, blessed, proofed, and inscribed. The blue was layered as consecration, brushed and sealed by oath-bound hands, set into the armor as a visible return to a lineage that had never ceased to own him, even when the Imperium had pretended otherwise. Ultramarine blue covered the scars of black. Gold trim caught the lumen light. White tactical markings were prepared, but not yet applied. Purity seals hung ready from a silver tray, their parchment inscribed with vows to Macraga, Gilliman, and the master of mankind. Titus watched the work as one watches a funeral. Nullus had worn no heraldry because he had believed absence to be service. He had chosen erasure because the chapter had endured enough shame in his name. He had killed Xenos beneath the Deathwatch oath, unnamed, unclaimed, unremembered, except by casualty rolls and sealed after action reports. Now blue covered that black, but shame did not scrape away as easily as armor pigment. It remained beneath the heraldry. It remained in the spaces between titles. It remained behind the eyes of men who would salute him because they had been ordered to, not because the past had released him. A servo arm lifted the breastplate of Mark X Tacticus armor. The plate locked over him with a deep magnetic clunk. Pain flared where fresh grafts met pressure seals. Titus did not react. A second servo arm brought the backplate. The black carapace interface accepted the connection, and for half a second, his nervous system lit with cold fire as the armor's spirit recognized the warrior within. Data whispered through him. Weight became balance. Strength became multiplication. His vision was still unhelmed, yet the armor spoke through pressure, heat, warning, readiness. A tech marine observed from the edge of the arming chamber, red plate still scorched from the Kadaku descent. His servo skulls circled in solemn arcs. "The plate accepts you," the tech marine said. Titus looked down as the gauntlets were locked onto his hands. "Does it? The machine spirit registers no objection." "That is not the same." "No," the tech marine admitted, "but it is sufficient for war." sufficient for war. That was the only absolution the Imperium ever truly offered. The helm came last. It hung suspended before him, blue-faced, red-lensed, marked with the rank sigils of a lieutenant, rather than the captaincy he remembered. The difference was small in shape and immense in weight. Once, company command had rested upon his shoulders. Once, he had carried the burden of the second company as law, duty, and blood. Now, he would stand beneath another captain's authority, not as exile, not as prisoner, but not as what he had been. He took the helm in both hands. Before he sealed it, the arming chamber doors opened. Captain Sevastus Acheran entered without escort. The current captain of the second company was armored, but unhelmed, his face severe, his gaze steady. He bore himself with the exact restraint Titus remembered from the finest officers of Ultramar. No wasted motion, no theatrical suspicion, no warmth offered beyond what duty required. His armor carried the honors of command and recent war, the blue scored by battle, the trim polished only where hands and weapons had not yet burned it black. The serfs withdrew at once. The tech marine remained, because the armor was still under his right, but his optic lenses dimmed in a gesture of discretion. Acheran stopped at the foot of the dais and looked up at Titus. "Lieutenant? Captain?" The word tasted correct and wrong. Acheran studied him for several breaths, not insolently, not fearfully. He looked as a commander examines a weapon returned from an armory vault, with seals broken and provenance disputed. "Chapter Master Calgar has given his order," Acheran said. "Chief Librarian Tigurius has given his testimony. You are restored to the chapter and assigned to my company." "Your company," Titus said. Acheran's face did not move. "Yes." Titus inclined his head. "Then I serve. You were a captain before I was blooded. Then command me as one who remembers the burden." Acheran's answer came without pause. "I intend to." The words held no cruelty. That made them cleaner. Acheran did not posture before him. He did not pretend the past had no weight. He did not offer brotherhood as a gift he had no right to grant alone. He acknowledged rank, command, usefulness, and suspicion in the same breathless space. "You will command a reduced strike element," Acheran continued. "Not a full company detachment, not yet. Because I am not trusted. Because trust is not a switch thrown by decree." "Understood. You will have authority over those assigned to you. You will not have latitude beyond mission parameters without my sanction." "Understood. Do not mistake this for insult." "I do not." Acheran's eyes narrowed slightly. "Many would. Many have had less time to learn humility." For the first time, something almost like approval crossed Acheran's face. It vanished quickly. "We convene in the strategium." Titus sealed his helm. The world became red-lensed clarity. Armor runes populated the edge of his sight. Primary system stable. Ammunition feeds pending. Environmental seals clean. Vox channel ready. The old familiarity struck him harder than he expected. Not because the armor was the same. It was not. It responded faster, moved with less resistance, fed him more data, and sat upon his remade body like a predator waiting to be released. But the color in the faint reflection of the chamber walls was blue. For one breath, he was no longer nullus. Then duty took the breath away. The strategium of the righteous fury had become a chamber of controlled disaster. Hololithic projections filled the air above the command table, overlapping in layers of dying worlds, fleet paths, evacuation corridors, biomass readings, and casualty estimates. The Bastior war zone pulsed in red and amber. Kadaku was marked black, its status sealed beneath the sigil for strategic loss and ongoing denial action. The Residius system glittered with enemy contact markers. Around it, other systems flickered in uncertain light, their transmissions delayed, corrupted, or absent. A Geman stood at the head of the table. Acheran took his place to the right. Tigurius stood apart, hooded and pale, the light of the hololith turning his features into something carved from frost. Mortal officers occupied the lower tiers, their uniforms immaculate or blood-stained, depending on how recently they had escaped a dying command post. A robed logistician trembled beside a slate bearing population numbers that meant less to the Astartes than fuel tonnage and munitions viability. Titus entered and felt the room shift, not visibly. Ultramarines did not gape like mortals, yet helms turned by fractions. Eyes measured him. Some warriors had known his name from archives, some from legend, some from whispers that should never have survived chapter discipline. Former captain, lost brother, black shield, tainted by suspicion, cleared by Tigurius, restored by Calgar, reduced by necessity. He took his place, beneath a Sharon, where a lieutenant should stand. The wound inside him opened again. He made it irrelevant. A Geman gestured to the hololith. Kadaku is lost. Its orbital defense net is destroyed. Its biomass conversion is accelerating. Denial strikes will commence when remaining fleet assets clear engagement range. A mortal general on the lower tier clenched one fist. His uniform bore the marks of the Astra Militarum, his face hollow from retreat and sleepless command. My lord, there are still millions alive in the northern bastion zones, perhaps more in the Underhive shelters. We have transports inbound. Grant us time. Acheran looked down at him. Time is the resource Leviathan is consuming fastest. My lord, they are Imperial citizens. They are Imperial assets if extracted in condition to serve. Otherwise, they are future biomass. The general swallowed. Then authorize additional evacuation corridors. We can pull labor cohorts, munitions adepts, armor crews, medici staff. Agamemnon's voice came like a sealed door. Evacuation is authorized where it preserves military continuity. Command cadres, Mechanicus data cores, astropathic survivors if uncontaminated, armor crews where vehicles remain viable, gene stock archives, munitions specialists, no mass civilian extraction. The general stared. He was brave enough not to lower his eyes. You condemn them? No, Acheran said. Leviathan has condemned them. We decide what their deaths purchase. The mortal's face twisted. And what if they pray for deliverance? Titus answered before anyone else. Then tell them to pray while holding the line. The general turned toward him, and something like hatred crossed his face. Perhaps he knew Titus had been on Kadaku. Perhaps he only recognized another blue giant calculating lives from behind Ceramite. It made no difference. Acheran did not rebuke Titus. Tigurius spoke from the shadows of the hololith. Kadaku gave us data, enemy descent vectors, synapse relay patterns, bioship feeding intervals. The swarm did not strike blindly. It tested reinforcement response. It tasted our timing. Agamemnon nodded. Residius is one knot in a chain. Bastior collapses if the tendril's next push goes unanswered. We cannot save every world. We will identify the artery and cut. The projections shifted to show the roots of Grendilus, Nautilon, and Promethor as crimson wounds across the void. The scale was obscene. Tendrils of Hive Fleet Leviathan curved through space, as if the stars themselves were meat-hooked and ready for consumption. Acheran looked to Titus. Your strike element will be assigned to fleet defense and rapid response until ground deployment is determined. Composition: Intercessor Demi-Squad, Hellblaster attachment, one aggressor pair if availability permits. Apothecary support by request, not standing assignment. A reduced blade, useful, limited, watched. Titus accepted it. Their names? You will receive them after this council. The chamber shuddered. At first it seemed distant, another impact against void shields, another fragment of orbital debris meeting the strike cruiser's defenses. Then the alarm klaxon sounded, deep and brutal. A shipmaster's voice cut across the Strategium Vox. Boarding impact. Multiple contacts. Living torpedoes have breached outer hull sections. My set exists, detected along starboard gun decks and lower surf corridors. Security teams engaging. The hololith shifted. Red icons bloomed across the Righteous Fury's internal schematic. The Tyrannids had come aboard. Agamemnon's expression hardened. Response teams deploy. Acheran turned at once. Titus, I hear. Starboard lower decks. Purge through to gun battery Shrine 9. Preserve macro cannon function. Void loss acceptable. Biomass presence is not. Titus struck his fist to his breastplate. By your command. As he turned, a black-armored chaplain stepped from the strategium archway. His skull helm hung at his belt, revealing a stern face marked with script scars. A Crozius Arcanum rested in his fist, its head shaped like the aquila above a skull. His presence carried the chill of the Reclusiam, where faith was not comfort, but discipline, sharpened into judgment. Lieutenant Titus, the chaplain said. Titus halted. My Lord Chaplain. The chaplain's eyes were hard. Remember this as you return to Blue. Suspicion is not slain by testimony. It sleeps, it waits, it watches for shape in shadow. Titus held his gaze. Then let it watch me kill. Words are wind. Then judge the corpses. The chaplain inclined his head by the smallest degree. I shall. Titus moved. The lower decks were already slaughter. He took command of the first warriors assigned to him on the run. Sergeant Iolan of the Intercessors. Brother Marius with an auxiliary grenade launcher. Brother Cassian carrying a plasma incinerator, its coils glowing low and hungry. 2 more Intercessors fell in behind, bolt rifles loaded, and helms linked to Titus's command feed. Their armor was Mark 10 Tacticus plate, blue and gold, purity seals pressed flat by the rush of movement. Combat blades sat in sheath locks. Frag and crack grenades clinked against belt mag clamps. Magnetized greaves activated as the corridor ahead vented atmosphere in shrieking bursts. Titus felt their scrutiny through discipline. They obeyed because he was lieutenant, not because he was absolved. That would suffice. Helm seal. Void protocol. Fire lanes narrow. Do not allow feeder organisms beyond the battery shrine. Understood, Iolan voxed. They reached the first breach. A living torpedo had punched through the outer hull and embedded itself across a transit corridor. Its shell was split, steaming, pulsing. Mycetic cysts clung to the walls like wet tumors, opening in contractions. Gaunts spilled from them into the freezing air, their bodies rimed with frost, claws scraping sparks from the deck. Behind them came pale feeder organisms, blind and eager, crawling over voidsmen who had been caught before the blast doors sealed. The human crew had died by the 100 in the first minute. Some had been torn apart. Some had frozen as atmosphere vented. Some still twitched beneath rippers that opened their bellies and fed, while alarms painted everything crimson. A naval armsman fired a shotgun into a gaunt at point-blank range before another leapt onto him and bit through his face. His scream cut off in a wet crunch. The Ultramarines arrived without mercy. Fire. Bolt rifles spoke in disciplined sequence. Self-propelled mass-reactive rounds punched down the corridor and detonated inside alien bodies. Gaunts burst open, spraying the walls with dark ichor. Marius launched a frag grenade into a knot of termagants emerging from a cyst. The explosion shredded them into claws and slick meat. Cassian fired his plasma incinerator into the living torpedo's split womb, overcharging for the second shot, despite warning runes flashing across the shared display. Sun-hot plasma burned through the spawning mass, and the cysts nearest it shriveled in the heat. Overcharge with intolerance, Cassian voxed. Continue until it is not, Titus said. They advanced. Titus led from the front. His first action in blue armor was not ceremonious. It was butchery in the cold dark beneath a dying ship's alarms. A gaunt sprang from the ceiling. He caught it by the throat and smashed it into a bulkhead hard enough to burst its skull across the blue of his gauntlet. Another drove talons into his pauldron. He turned, using the motion to crush it between his shoulder and the wall. Its ribs cracked inward. He drew his combat blade and opened a termagant from throat to pelvis. then kicked the halves into the path of his brother's fire. The armor moved with him, too well. Every strike carried more force than memory expected. Every step drove deeper into the deck. His rebuilt body and Mark 10 plate made him a heavier instrument of war than he had been. He adjusted with each kill. By the 7th Xenos, he no longer overcorrected. By the 20th, the old rhythm had returned beneath the new strength. "Battery shrine access ahead," Eolan voxed. "Biomass pressure increasing." "Grenades!" Frag charges bounced down the corridor. Detonations followed in tight succession, pulping the front rank of organisms. Through the smoke came a warrior, hunched to fit the corridor, bone zords scraping the walls. It moved with synaptic purpose, driving lesser beasts aside as it came. Cassian fired. Plasma struck the warrior's chest and burned away armor plate, but the beast kept moving. Iolan and the others poured bolter fire into it. The warrior staggered, then lunged. Titus met it. One bone zord scored across. His breastplate. Warning runes flashed. He ignored them, stepped inside the second strike, and drove his combat blade beneath the creature's jaw. The blade did not kill it. He had not expected it to. His left hand seized the warrior's crest. He slammed its head into the bulkhead once, twice, then a third time with Primaris strength and the wrath of a century in black. Bone cracked. The wall dented. The fourth impact burst the skull and sprayed the corridor in alien brain matter. He dropped the corpse. Beyond the battery shrine doors, surviving serfs knelt behind ammunition carts, faces pale, robes soaked in blood and coolant. They stared as Titus advanced through smoke and frost, blue armor covered in Xeno's gore, red helm lenses burning. One whispered first. "The lost captain." Another, older, made the sign of the Aquila with shaking hands. "The lost captain walks." Titus heard them. He did not answer. There were still Tyranids alive beyond the next bulkhead. Avarax did not die beneath one sky. It died beneath thousands. Every hive dome, every manufacturing vault, every orbital mirror, every ash-choked refinery yard had its own ceiling of smoke and spore cloud. The planet had been built for production before it had been built for life, and so its cities were not cities in the ancient sense. They were armored organs of industry, stacked with hab blocks, foundries, ammunition halls, water shrines, plasma furnaces, corpse rendering plants, and barracks carved into rockcrete deep enough to survive rebellion, bombardment, and famine. They had not been built to survive hunger from the stars. Billions lived within the fortress manufacturing world. Workers with grey skin and machine-scarred hands. Soldiers in flak armor sleeping beside laser guns they had no time to clean. Servitors chained to ammunition lifts. Penal troops marked with explosive collars and given rifles older than their bloodlines. Refugees packed shoulder to shoulder in transit concourses, prayer halls, sewage tunnels, loading yards, and beneath the shadow of macro cranes that never stopped moving until the sky turned purple and the cranes began lifting corpses instead of shells. Leviathan entered Avarax as rain. The first drops fell through ventilation stacks and water reclamation grills, thick and oily, clinging to the tongues of men who looked up too late. Spore rain pattered across armor glass and ran down hive walls in luminous trails. It entered filtration systems, baptismal fonts, Medici tanks, ration vats, sump reservoirs, and cooling channels. It hid in the sacred machinery that kept billions breathing and working and waiting for orders that would not save them. Within hours, the water shrines began to scream. Men drank and found their throats swelling shut. Servitors at purification stations split open along the spine as parasite growths rooted through dead nerves. Penal troops in the lower transit tunnels coughed up white tendrils, then turned their rifles on comrades as command discipline collapsed beneath infection panic. In the corpse recycling plants, the dead refused to become corpse starch cleanly. Rippers came out with the slurry, slick and blind and eager, crawling into workers' boots and biting upward through flesh until men fell thrashing into the grinders. The vanguard organisms came after. Neurogaunts slithered through sewer tunnels and maintenance ducts, their small bodies carrying the will of larger beasts like living wires. Lictors stalked command bunkers, hanging officers from vox masts and listening to the screams that followed. Biovores seeded evacuation roads with pulsing mines that waited patiently beneath blankets, ration crates, and abandoned icons. Von Ryan's leapers took the rooftops, motionless for hours beneath gargoyle wings and spore ash, then descended upon squads crossing open plazas, tearing men from helmets to hip before the second rank could raise a rifle. Avarax did not know where the enemy was, because the enemy was everywhere that life continued. The righteous fury hung above the planet like a blade held back by discipline. Titus watched the world through the Thunderhawk's Assault Bay pict feed as his squad descended. Avarax filled the display, vast, industrial, wounded. Hive stacks rose from continental manufacturum fields. Orbital defense lasers stabbed upward from fortress bastions, their beams cutting white scars through the spore veils. Bioplasma answered from the horizon, arcing up from tyrannid artillery beasts hidden among refinery ruins and capillary growth. Each living shell burst against void shields, orbital docks, and descending craft in blooms of green fire. The Thunderhawk shook. Warning runes crawled along Titus's helm display. Atmospheric toxins, spore saturation, auspex disruption, enemy air contacts, civilian density beyond tactical relevance, contamination expanding. Sergeant Iolan stood to his right, bolt rifle mag locked, helm lenses fixed ahead. Brother Cassian held his plasma incinerator across his chest, the weapon's coils glowing with contained sunfire. Brothers Marius, Decian, and Orad formed the rear file, grenades armed, combat blades secured, purity seals pressed flat by the vibration of descent. All wore Mark X Tacticus plate, the blue of Ultramar already streaked by the soot and alien blood of the boarding purge aboard the Righteous Fury. None spoke unless necessary. That was good. Titus had no use for reassurance, and less use for suspicion dressed as conversation. They obeyed. He commanded. Trust could come later, if Leviathan left any of them alive long enough to earn it. Acheron's voice entered the squad channel from orbital command, controlled and cold. Lieutenant Titus, objective remains unchanged. Recover Mechanicus data from Forge Cathedral Tharsis. Identify synapse architecture directing the vanguard organisms through the Hive grid. Secondary objective, extraction of Magos Halbrecht if uncontaminated and tactically feasible. Understood, Titus said. Clarification. You are not deployed to save the city. I did not mistake the order. A pause. Not long. Enough. Good hunting. The channel closed. The Thunderhawk punched through the lower spore cloud, and the city appeared beneath them. Hive Avarax Primus had been half consumed. The western districts still fired. Macro cannon batteries thundered from bastion roofs. Hydra flak tanks filled the air with tracer fire. Guard regiments held causeways between hab spires, their last fire forming red threads beneath the purple rain. The eastern districts were no longer imperial in any meaningful sense. Towers were webbed with alien resin. Manufactorum smokestacks had become chimneys for spores. Capillary tendrils wrapped around sky bridges and drank from the fuel lines beneath. Digestion pools filled plazas where statues of saints and forge masters sank face down into bubbling acid. Refugee columns miles long clogged the arterial roads between districts. Men carried children, icons, ammunition boxes, machine parts, dead brothers, useless ration tins, anything their hands had seized when the alarms began. Around them moved commissars, priests, labor overseers, and soldiers trying to impose lines upon terror. Biovore mines burst among them as the Thunderhawk passed overhead. Whole sections of the column vanished in wet eruptions. Bodies flew apart. Flesh struck Hab walls in red sheets. The living surged over the dying, because the rear ranks could not see what had happened yet. "Throne," Marius voxed. Titus did not rebuke him. The Thunderhawk's heavy bolters opened fire, clearing the landing approach with disciplined thunder. Gargoyles burst apart in the air. A winged beast struck the starboard side and slid away in halves. The aircraft dropped hard into a manufactorum plaza before Forge Cathedral Tharsis, crushing a knot of gaunts beneath its landing claws. The ramp slammed down. "Deploy!" The Ultramarines moved into hell. Heat struck first, then noise, then the smell. Burning promethium, hot metal, sewage, blood, alien musk, corpse rot, and the bitter chemical bite of spore rain sizzling against armor. Titus's boots hit the plaza, mag soles clamping for a fraction before releasing into forward motion. His bolt rifle rose. He fired 3 times. 3 termagants burst open in front of a barricade manned by exhausted guardsmen. Yolan's squad formed around him, clean arcs of fire overlapping. Cassian fired plasma into an approaching warrior, burning a hole through its chest large enough to see the dying city beyond. Marius launched a grenade into a sewer mouth, disgorging rippers. The blast punched Gore and wet chitin back into the tunnel. The guardsmen stared at them from behind sandbags made of ration sacks, corpse bundles, and broken doors. Some wept, some laughed, some made the Aquila with hands that shook too badly to complete it. A mortal captain stumbled toward Titus, helmet cracked, coat soaked, one eye sealed with dried blood. "My lord, by the Emperor you came. We have Hab blocks still holding. District Orison, lower levels. Civilians trapped. Thousands, perhaps tens of thousands. We can open the Pilgrim Bridge if you clear the eastern approach." Titus walked past him toward the cathedral gate. The captain followed. "My lord, did you hear?" "I heard." "Then we can save them." Titus stopped and turned. "Population density," Eolan answered, after reading the Auspex feed. "High. Uncounted civilian mass. Multiple heat clusters." "Infection rate?" Cassian's helm dipped. "Terminal. Synaptic contamination beneath the district. Neurogaunt relays in the sewage grid. Atmospheric spores past filter tolerance. Movement signatures within Hab ventilation. Genomic corruption likely spreading." The captain looked from one giant to another, not understanding quickly enough to save himself from understanding fully. "No," he said. "No. They are alive. I have Vox contact. Listen." He pushed the feed onto an open channel. The squad heard it. Men crying in the dark. Children coughing. A priest reciting the litany of final protection, while something scratched through a wall behind him. A worker begging for the gates to open. Another voice screaming that things were in the water tanks. Less fire. More coughing. Someone shouting that the angels had come. "They are Imperial citizens," the captain said. Titus looked toward the district. Hab stacks rose beyond the plaza, their lower windows lit by fire, their upper levels hidden in purple rain. Across their walls, alien tendrils pulsed beneath the masonry, like veins under diseased skin. "Population density?" Yolan asked, voice quieter now. "Irrelevant to objective," Titus said. The captain staggered as if struck. "Infection rate?" Cassian asked. "Terminal," Titus said. Eolan did not hesitate. "Then mark the district for cleansing." Titus opened the command channel. "Orbital fire mission. District Orison. Seal bridges, burn access tunnels, deny biomass. Pattern, containment, and purge." The reply came from the Righteous Fury after a brief delay. "Confirmed." The captain drew his pistol. He was brave. Titus granted him that. The man raised the weapon toward Titus's helm with a shaking hand. Before he could fire, Iolan struck him once with the butt of his bolt rifle. The captain's skull cracked. He fell bonelessly into the spore-slick mud, pistol skittering away. "Alive," Iolan said. "For now," Titus answered. The first lance strike fell beyond the plaza. District Orison became white light. The shockwave rolled across the city, slamming rain sideways and hurling loose bodies from rooftops. The Vox channel filled with screams, then static, then nothing but the roar of burning air. Bridges melted, hab towers split open and spilled flame from every window. The civilians inside died as imperial subjects denied to the Xenos. It was not mercy, it was mathematics with a bolter in its hand. Titus turned away before the fire faded. Forge Cathedral, move. They entered Tharsis through doors tall enough for Titans to kneel before, now broken inward and webbed with Tyrannid secretion. The cathedral factory had once been sacred to production. Chains hung from the ceiling in thousands, each bearing hooks, tools, sensors, ammunition cradles, or half-assembled machine parts. Cogitator altars lined the nave. Data stacks rose where chapels might have stood on gentler worlds. The central aisle was slick with oil and blood. Inside, the fighting changed. Urban war became close darkness. The Tyrannids did not flood the open nave. They waited inside the machinery. Neurogaunts clicked through service ducts, relaying the presence of the Ultramarines to deeper synapse organisms. Termagants fired from behind assembly engines. Rippers poured from drainage grates. Above, among the hanging chains, shapes moved with patience. Rooftops and rafters, Titus voxed. Leapers likely. Dacian looked up. That saved his life, though not cleanly. A von Ryan's leaper dropped from the chains, talons spread. Dacian stepped back and fired into its abdomen, but the beast's momentum carried it into him. Its claws tore across his pauldron and opened the armor at the neck seal. He drove his combat blade into its throat, while Iolan fired 3 bolts through its skull. It collapsed over him, twitching, its blood smoking against blue ceramite. "Wound status," Titus ordered. "Seal compromised," Dacian said. "Functional." Then function. They advanced through the cathedral factory. Cassian burned a warrior from the choir engine balcony, plasma washing over bone and armor until the beast fell as a molten ruin. Marius seeded the side aisles with frag grenades to stop ripper swarms from reaching the squad's legs. Orad marked heat signatures inside the walls before they burst through, and Iolan cut them down with controlled volleys. Titus moved ahead, following the pattern. Leviathan had learned the geometry of the city. It used ventilation shafts as veins, sewer channels as nerve roots, refugees as noise, command bunkers as bait, ammunition vaults as organs to be ruptured. The hive mind did not merely attack structures. It understood function and then destroyed meaning. A cathedral factory did not matter because men worshipped there. It mattered because it stored data, weapons, and command access. So Leviathan reached for those first, a shape detached from the chains above him. No roar, no shriek. The lictor came down in silence. It struck Titus from behind, feeder tendrils whipping across his helm, talons scraping for the soft points beneath his gorget. His warning runes flashed too late. The impact drove him against a cogitator bank hard enough to crack the brass casing. He twisted, but the lictor was already gone, vanishing between chains and steam. "Contact," Titus voxed. "Lictor, hold formation." "Visual negative," Yolan said. "It has visual on us." The creature waited. It did not attack the strongest point again. It watched them move. It watched firing arcs. It watched how Titus turned when giving commands, how Cassian's plasma coil needed a fraction of time between shots, how Dacian favored the side of his compromised seal. Then it struck the weakest angle. Dacian went down beneath it. The lictor's talons punched through his chest plate and pinned him to the floor. Its feeder tendrils lashed across his helm, searching for neural warmth, for command scent, for blood memory. Dacian fired his bolt rifle point blank into its abdomen. The rounds detonated inside the beast, blowing open wet cavities, but it did not release him. Titus charged. The lictor looked up and moved before the blow landed. It slid aside with impossible grace, one talon cutting across Titus's thigh plate, another scoring his helm. Pain flashed. Warning runes marked damage. The beast used the chains, swinging, vanishing, reappearing behind Marius. Yolan fired and missed by a handspan, because the creature had already learned the rhythm of his trigger discipline. Cassian overcharged. "Clear," he said. The plasma shot turned 3 hanging chains and half a machinery shrine into vapor. The lictor avoided the core of the blast, but not the heat wash. Its camouflage shimmer failed, revealing slick flesh, mantis limbs, skull crest, and black eyes. Titus threw his combat blade. The blade struck the creature through one shoulder and pinned it to a hanging chain cluster for less than a second. Less than enough. More than needed. He reached it before it tore free. The lictor's talons opened his side. Its tendrils struck his helm lenses. It tried to pull away and attack from shadow again. Titus seized the tendrils in one gauntlet and wrapped them around his fist. No! He dragged the beast down. It thrashed, talons raking his armor, cutting grooves through blue ceramite and into the black memory beneath. He slammed it against the nearest cogitator altar. Once, bone cracked. Twice, its limbs spasmed. 3 times. The altar screen shattered and sprayed sparks across both of them. The lictor drove one talon beneath his breastplate, seeking organs. Titus drove its skull into the altar a 4th time, with the full force of his remade body. The head burst, brain matter, ichor, and splintered cranial armor spread across the cogitator keys. The creature's limbs continued moving for several seconds. Titus crushed its throat under his boot until they stopped. Decian's icon flickered amber. "Apothecary required," Iolan said. "Denied," Titus answered. "Mission priority continues. Decian." The fallen Ultramarine coughed blood into his helm. "Functional for rearguard. Then hold until you cannot. Courage and honor. Courage and honor." They reached the data sanctum beneath the cathedral nave. Magos Halbrecht was there, but not in any form worth extracting. His augmetic body hung from the central cogitator stack, impaled by tyrannid growths, his mechadendrites twitching in loops of corrupted binharic. Half his face had been eaten away. The organic half still whispered prayers to the Omnissiah. The machine half transmitted data through cables, already slick with alien secretion. Cassian aimed his plasma incinerator. Contaminated. "Wait," Titus said. He connected a sealed data spike to the sanctum port. The cogitators resisted, then yielded beneath ultramarine clearance and Mechanicus emergency override. Data streamed into the squad archive. Enemy movement, synapse relay routes, astropathic death timing, Navy arrival responses, Astartes deployment intervals, worlds reinforced, worlds abandoned, worlds consumed before response, worlds attacked only after relief assets had committed elsewhere. Titus watched the pattern form. Kadaku had not merely been attacked, it had been used. Avarax had not merely been invaded, it had been measured. Leviathan was testing the Imperium's reflexes. Which worlds drew space marines? Which drew navy ships? Which drew guard armies? Which could be swallowed unnoticed? Which losses caused panic? Which sacrifices bought time? Every dead gaunt was information. Every falling city was a question answered in blood. Every ultramarine deployment was a beacon lit for a mind vast enough to learn from extinction. Akaran's voice entered the channel. "Report." Titus looked at the data, then at the dead Magos, then toward the burning district beyond the cathedral walls. "The enemy is not only feeding," he said. "Clarify." "It is studying us." The cathedral shook as distant bioplasma struck the outer bastions. Titus closed his fist around the data spike and felt the old cold settle into him, the certainty that came before the worst orders. Kadaku and Avarax were probes. The true strike has not fallen. A pause over the command channel. Then Akaran spoke. "You believe we are being drawn." Titus looked upward, past chains, smoke, stone, spore cloud, and orbit, toward the invisible hunger moving through the void. "No, Captain," he said. "I believe we already have been." The counter-offensive was born in a chamber where no screams could enter. Above Avarax, the righteous fury held station behind a screen of escorts and burning wreckage, its hull scarred by bioplasma and boarding impacts, its gun decks still warm from the slaughter in its own corridors. Beneath it, the Fortress Manufactorum planet bled heat, smoke, static, and prayer. Hive Avarax Primus remained alive in the technical sense, which was the cruelest sense. Its macro generators still turned. Its ammunition shrines still fed shells to the guns. Its astropathic choir was dead, but its command vox continued to spit reports into the void through layers of tyrannid interference and human panic. In the strategium, the hololithic map showed the city as a wound cut open in layers. Red was the swarm. Blue was the Ultramarines. Amber was the Astra Militarum. Black was loss. There was more black than amber. Titus stood beneath Captain Acheron and watched the pattern of Leviathan's advance move across the city grid. He had watched it for 47 minutes by shipboard chronometer, though the number meant little against what he was seeing. The swarm was not merely pressing, it was testing. It struck barricades, withdrew from punished lanes, flowed through service arteries, concentrated around command nodes, avoided newly marked orbital fire corridors, and returned to previously abandoned districts only after Imperial assets shifted away. The hive mind did not need maps. It made maps out of death. Acheron stood with both hands braced upon the command table. First, Captain Agamemnon listened from a higher command channel, his image rendered in hard blue light. Tigurius stood behind them, silent, his eyes shadowed by the pressure of the shadow in the warp. Mortal officers ringed the lower tier, hollow-faced and waiting for orders they would hate and obey. Titus spoke first. "We cannot hold the eastern, lower, and manufactorum approaches simultaneously." A mortal general looked up sharply. "My lord, those approaches shield the evacuation corridors." "They shield everything," Titus said. "Therefore they shield nothing." Acheron did not turn. "Continue. The swarm has learned our fire patterns. It commits lesser organisms until we reveal doctrine, then withdraws synapse beasts before decapitation. It is preserving command organisms while spending gaunts without restraint." "A known tyrannid pattern," Acheron said. "Not at this speed." Tigurius' staff clicked softly against the deck. "It watches through every mouth." Titus nodded once. "Then we give it what it expects to see. A failing front, mortal panic, weakness. It will advance its synapse hierarchy to exploit collapse and coordinate biomass recovery." The mortal general's face tightened. He understood before Titus finished. "You want to let the front fall? I want to choose where it falls." Acheron turned then. His expression was unreadable behind his helm, but the red lenses fixed upon Titus with full attention. "Cost. 3 Astra Militarum regiments." The chamber went still. The general took one step forward. "The Varden rifles, the 8th Brontian, and the Mordant 400 are all positioned along that line. They have held since dawn." "They will continue to hold," Titus said. "You just said they will fall." "Yes." The general's mouth opened, then closed. When he spoke again, his voice had lost command polish and gained the raw edge of a man hearing the grave dug under his boots. "You propose to use them as bait." Titus looked at Acheron, not the mortal. "I propose to harvest the synapse hierarchy before it withdraws beyond reach." Acheron was silent for several breaths. Around them, the hololith flickered. Amber icons shuddered under red pressure. Entire battalion markers blinked, split, merged, vanished. At last, Acheron said, "Approved." The general stared at him. "My lord captain." Acheron's voice did not rise. "Your commanders will be informed that their line is vital, and must hold at all cost. That is true. They deserve to know. They deserve victory, Acheron said. They will receive duty. Titus felt no triumph. There was none to feel. A plan that murdered loyal men more efficiently than the enemy was not brilliance. It was the arithmetic of extinction. He knew it. Acheron knew it. Every Ultramarine in the command circle knew it. Only the mortals were still burdened by the need for hatred to make killing comprehensible. The orders went out. Along the eastern manufacturum approaches, 3 regiments received them with exhausted discipline. The Varden rifles fixed bayonets behind walls of ammunition crates and broken servitors. The 8th Brontian reloaded autocannons in trenches, carpeted with spent casings and human teeth. The Mordant 400 occupied the sunken transit causeway, their tanks aligned hull down amid the wrecks of civilian haulers and troop carriers. Their commanders were told they held a vital line. They did. They were not told the line had already been chosen for death. The Tyranids came at dusk, though Avarax no longer possessed a true dusk. The sky was purple-black from spore cloud, lit from below by promethium fires, and from above by orbital defense lasers stabbing through the poisoned heavens. Bioplasma arced from the horizon in green-white globes, bursting among bastions and manufactorum towers. Ash fell, spore rain fell. Pieces of men fell from high walls, where winged organisms had fed and dropped what they did not need. The guard fired until the air became noise. Artillery crews worked in pits filled with mud, blood, and shell fragments. Men loaded Earthshaker rounds with hands shaking from concussion. Some had cotton jammed into their ears. Others had no hearing left to protect. Blood ran from their noses and down their collars. They fired until their ears bled, until their guns glowed, until recoils split old welds, and priests beat the breaches with censers, while screaming at machine spirits not to fail. Tank columns advanced and died in fire. Lehman Russ battle tanks rolled through avenues choked with corpses, their battle cannons hammering, heavy bolters chewing through gaunt packs. Then the swarm closed over them. Hormagaunts climbed hulls in layers, talons scraping paint and prayer parchment from armor. Rippers poured into track assemblies. A Carnifex struck the lead tank and flipped it sideways into the road, its crew screaming as fuel caught and the ammunition cooked off. Another tank vanished beneath so many gaunts that it became a moving mound of claws before its turret hatch burst outward and fire erupted from within. In the medici tents behind the line, there was no healing, only sorting. Men with missing arms were handed las pistols if they could still see. Men with belly wounds were given grenades and placed near the final barricades. Men coughing spores were shot before the growths reached the throat. A medici orderly tried to drag a wounded colonel from a cot as rippers flooded beneath the canvas. The small organisms climbed the bed legs, opened the colonel from groin to sternum, and vanished into him while he was still reciting the oath of command. The command vox became a cathedral of useless faith. Request fire mission on grid Sanctus 7. Static. Enemy at wire. Static. In the Emperor's name, where are the angels? Static. Hold line, hold line, hold line. Static. Men prayed into dead channels. Men cursed officers who could not hear them. Men begged the Emperor for deliverance and received only the clicking wet silence of the shadow in the warp pressing down upon their souls. Above them, hidden by smoke and distance, the Ultramarines moved into position. Infiltrators seeded locator beacons through the rubble and understructure, placing them near synapse routes identified from the Tharsis data. Their camo cloaks were soaked black by spore rain. Their helms whispered Auspex returns through interference. They killed only when necessary, using combat blades and suppressed bolt carbines to prevent the swarm from reading the shape of the ambush too soon. Eliminators took perches in broken manufacturum spires, long-barreled rifles braced against gargoyle-bitten statuary and cooling pipes. They watched for crest shapes, nerve blooms, alpha organisms, command nodes moving behind the gaunt tide. Hellblasters waited in the ruins of a rail shrine. Plasma incinerators charged low, each warrior aware that overcharge would kill monsters faster and might kill the bearer if the weapon's spirit lost patience. Aggressors knelt in a collapsed Hab shrine beneath layers of rubble, flame gauntlets ready, bolt storm systems primed. A Redemptor, dreadnought named Valerius, stood behind a shattered gate, motionless as a blue iron saint in the rain. Banners hung from his sarcophagus casing, plastered against armor by alien weather. His fist flexed once. His plasma weapon hummed with contained fury. Titus stood among the forward kill team, watching the mortal front break exactly as expected. He hated that it was exact. The first synapse beasts advanced when the Varden rifles began to buckle. Tyrannid warriors moved behind the gaunts, directing pressure with silent command. A prime came with them, taller, more lethal, its bone zords held low, its skull crest marked by old scars and fresh ash. Neurogaunts clustered around its lower limbs, living relays shivering beneath the force of its will. Synapse hierarchy entering beacon zone, Iolan voxed. Titus watched 3 guard platoons vanish beneath the surge. The men died buying the final seconds. A banner fell. A commissar tried to lift it and was cut in half by a warrior's blade. The prime stepped over him without recognition. "Wait," Titus said. Acheron's voice entered the channel. "Lieutenant?" "Not yet." More synapse organisms entered the corridor. Warriors, neurogaunt relay clusters, a swollen node beast dragging its feeder tendrils through human remains. Behind them came armored organisms drawn by the scent of collapse and biomass. The mordant tanks broke, not all, enough. One reversed into another and blocked the causeway. Gaunts spilled across the hulls. Guardsmen ran. The prime lifted its head. Titus spoke. "Now!" The city answered in blue fire. Eliminator rounds cracked from the spires, punching through skull crests and nerve nodes. Warriors fell mid-stride, cranial matter spraying across gaunts that did not pause. Hellblasters rose from the rail shrine and fired in disciplined volleys, plasma burning through armored beasts with sun-hot precision. Aggressors emerged from the rubble and washed the brood clusters in promethium, the flames rolling over gaunts, rippers, neurogaunts, and screaming guardsmen, too close to separate from the alien mass. Redemptor Valerius stepped through the gate and opened fire. His macroplasma incinerator erased a carnifex from the chest outward. His onslaught cannon chewed a path through the swarm, alien bodies rupturing under the storm. Each step crushed Tyrannids into paste beneath ceramite and adamantium. To the mortals still alive, he looked like a walking shrine. To the Tyrannids, he was simply an obstacle to be evaluated, surrounded, and consumed. The first phase succeeded. The second began dying at once. Leviathan adapted with terrifying speed. After initial losses, the gaunt stopped surging into the obvious kill zones. The synapse creatures pulled back, not in panic, but with coordinated precision. Then the ground beneath the Ultramarines began to move. "Burrow signs," Iolan voxed. "Close formation," Titus ordered. "Brace." The street erupted. Raveners burst upward through rockcrete, transit rails, and corpse-packed mud. One seized Brother Orad by the leg and dragged him waist-deep before Iolan and Marius fired into its spine. Another came up behind the Hellblaster line, talons opening an Ultramarine from hip to helm before being vaporized by an overcharged plasma shot that took the wounded brother with it. Rippers poured from the holes, followed by snake-bodied things with too many claws and no fear. The battle collapsed into close quarters. Titus moved into the breach with his chainsword roaring. A Ravener struck at his face. He leaned aside, cut through one talon, and drove his boot into its lower jaw, breaking it backward before firing his bolt pistol into the exposed throat. A gaunt leapt onto his back. He slammed himself against a wall, crushing it between blue ceramite and stone. Another tried to crawl under his left arm. He caught it by the skull and smashed it into the street until the head split open. The Tyrannid Prime came for him through the slaughter. It did not roar. It did not posture. It simply moved, and everything before it died or parted. Its boneswords carved through guardsmen, gaunts, smoke, and falling ash with identical indifference. It was not a villain. It was command-made flesh, a living blade for the Hive mind, reflex and murder joined to Synapse will. Titus met it at the edge of the collapsing defense line. The first strike hit his left pauldron. The bonesword bit through the blue plate and into the layered protection beneath, opening a long scar that showered sparks and fragments of heraldry into the mud. Titus countered with his chainsword, scoring the Prime's chest, but failing to cut deep. The second bonesword came for his throat. He caught it on his forearm guard and felt the ceramite crack. The Prime was faster than a creature its size had any right to be. It drove him back 3 steps. 4. Around them, guardsmen died under gaunts. Ultramarines fired into synapse clusters. Valerius crushed a warrior in his power fist and hurled the corpse into a brood of termagants. None of it mattered within the circle of blades. Titus let the next strike land. The bonesword sheared fully through his damaged left pauldron, taking the armor away and biting into the flesh beneath. Pain flashed white. Blood ran hot down his side. The Prime leaned into the wound, pressing advantage through instinct and synapse calculation. Titus stepped closer. His left arm trapped the blade against the ruined pauldron mount. His right hand drew his combat blade. The Prime's other sword came down. Titus turned his helm by a fraction. The blade scored across his faceplate, cutting through one lens, but missed the neck seal. He drove his combat blade upward beneath the Prime's jaw and into the cranial nerve cluster behind the skull plate. The first thrust did not kill it. The second went deeper. The third snapped the blade's tip against bone. The Prime convulsed. Titus seized the hilt with both hands and twisted. The synapse beast dropped to its knees. Its command scream did not manifest as sound. It was a pressure wave through the swarm, a severed nerve impulse racing outward. Then the synapse harvest took hold. For 13 minutes, millions of lesser organisms lost coherence. The effect was not peace, it was worse. Gaunts turned on the nearest motion, Imperial and Tyrannid alike. Termagants fired into their own broods. Rippers flooded trenches already filled with human wounded and alien dead. Hormagaunts leapt upon tanks, walls, each other. Neurogaunts shuddered and died in clusters. The higher beasts fought to reassert command through deeper nodes, but for 13 minutes, the local swarm became a frenzy without a mind. The Ultramarines used every second, without pity. Orbital guns fired on coordinates seeded by infiltrators. Artillery batteries, still manned by half-deaf crews who did not know they had been bait, received corrected fire orders. Shells fell upon the forward trenches because the Tyrannids were thickest there. So were the surviving men of the Varden rifles. So were the last tanks of the Mordant 400. The hololith aboard the Righteous Fury showed blue and amber icons in the fire zone. Then the command authorization passed. Then they turned red. Then they vanished. On the ground, Titus saw the trenches disappear beneath fire. Men who had held as ordered were erased by the guns they had protected. Tyrannids died with them by the tens of thousands. The line became a boiling wound of mud, blood, chitin, flak armor, shattered lasguns, and burning bodies. It was efficient. It was correct. It was monstrous. When the 13 minutes ended, Leviathan found itself again. The swarm recohered around deeper synapse pressure, withdrawing from the heaviest fire corridors, surging through corpse smoke, and adapting to the new absence in its command web. The counter-offensive had succeeded. The local hierarchy was gutted. The eastern pressure eased. Hive Avarax Primus still fired. The cost lay everywhere. Titus moved through the aftermath with his left pauldron gone, and blood drying along his armor. Guardsmen stared at him from craters and trench lips. Some saluted. Some turned away. Some wept without sound. A colonel of the Varden Rifles found him beside the remains of a command chimera. The man should have been dead. One arm hung useless, his coat burned, his face cut open from brow to jaw. He walked with the rigid control of someone held upright by rage alone. 2 surviving guards tried to stop him. He shrugged them off. "You knew," the colonel said. Titus turned. The colonel looked at the burning trench line, then back at him. His voice shook, but it did not break. "You knew what would happen to us." "Yes." "You told us to hold." "Yes." "You shelled your own forward trenches." "Yes." The colonel spat blood onto the ground between them. "Butcher." Titus looked at the man. Around them, the city still burned. In the distance, Avarax's guns continued to fire into the purple sky. The Hive lived another hour, perhaps less, perhaps enough. "Yes," Titus said, "and because of it, this Hive still fires." The colonel stared at him as if searching for shame, apology, humanity. Titus gave him none, not because he felt nothing, because what he felt had no strategic value, and the dead could not spend it. The ground trembled, not from artillery. Titus turned toward the corpse smoke beyond the shattered eastern line. Something moved there. At first, the Auspex could not define it. The return was too layered, hidden beneath gaunt swarms and spore interference. Then the smoke parted around a shape that stood taller than the warriors, leaner than a carnifex, crowned with nerve spines that pulsed in time with distant bioships. Lesser organisms flowed around it without touching it. Neurogaunts clustered at its feet, like extensions of thought. Its head turned, slowly, across the battlefield. Not toward the guns. Not toward the dreadnought, toward Titus. The pressure of its attention settled upon him with awful intimacy. Not hatred, not anger. Recognition. It had learned his scent from Kadaku, his command rhythm from Avarax, his willingness to burn the living to deny the dead to Leviathan, his preference for synapse decapitation, his tolerance for sacrificed lines, his pattern. The hive mind had shaped a question in flesh and sent it to look at him. Yolan's voice entered the vox, low and controlled. "Lieutenant, new synapse organism marked." Titus raised his damaged helm, one red lens shattered, the other burning. "No," he said, "it marked us first. The Imperium named it victory because the alternative required honesty. Hive Avarax Primus still fired. That was enough for the priests to proclaim deliverance across the surviving Vox shrines. That was enough for the logisticians to revise the city from terminal to contested. That was enough for the Astra Militarum command staffs to issue ration incentives, ammunition redistribution orders, and devotional notices to the regiments that had not yet been devoured. That was enough for the administratum clerks aboard the Righteous Fury to change the ink color on their casualty ledgers from black to amber, as if a different pigment could make the dead less numerous. Below, the eastern manufactorum approaches burned. The trenches where the Varden Rifles had died were still visible from orbit as a glowing wound. The Mordant Causeway had collapsed into a pit of molten armor and liquefied bodies. The Brontian gun line continued to fire from behind the ruins, though most of its crews were dead and the survivors had to climb over the corpses of their own loaders to reach the shell cradles. The hive guns remained operational. The macro batteries still rose from their fortress housings and hammered the purple sky. Orbital defense lasers still stabbed upward into spore cloud and void shadow, so the priests called it victory. On the lower decks they rang bells. On the command decks they counted the cost. The strategium of the Righteous Fury was a chamber of blue light, red warnings, and controlled damnation. Hololithic projections revolved above the central table, each one updating too quickly for mortal eyes and too slowly for the truth they carried. Avarax glowed with defensive fire. Residius bled contact markers. Bastia flickered in layered distress. Beyond them, the wider strategic map worsened with every passing minute. 3 worlds fell, while the Ultramarines secured 1 city district. Gethsemane Tertius ceased transmission first. Its last signal showed a shrine world drowning beneath capillary growths, its cathedrals cracking as digestion pools filled their crypts. The final pick capture was of a cardinal standing upon a balcony, arms raised, still preaching as winged organisms descended behind him in a black sheet. Then, Mournhold Septimus went dark. An armory moon with enough shell stockpiles to feed a crusade for months, gone beneath spore impact, internal contamination, and bioship feeding tendrils. Its final message contained only machine code panic and the sound of munition vaults cooking off one after another, each detonation a funeral bell for regiments that would never receive their ammunition. Then Orrestan Grain died, without drama, no final stand, no noble last hymn. Its agri-domes ruptured, its seas curdled, its billions of tons of stored protein claimed by the Hive fleet before the Navy could burn the silos from orbit. In the time it took the sons of Gilliman to win 1 district, Leviathan swallowed 3 worlds. A mortal admiral stood at the edge of the command tier, his uniform stiff with dried sweat, his face hollow beneath the medals pinned to his breast. His fleet had lost 5 escorts in the last engagement, and still he asked for more fire. Exterminatus authority must be considered, he said. The words did not tremble, but his hands did. Kadaku is beyond reclamation. Orrestan is gone. If Avarax falls, we must deny biomass before the capillary towers mature. Cyclonic torpedoes remain aboard the St. Drusus, and the Righteous Fury possesses lance capacity sufficient for crustal breach if coordinated with Navy assets. A priest of the ecclesiarchy, permitted into the strategium only because he represented the morale apparatus of 3 surviving regimental groups, lifted his shaven head. His cheeks were tattooed with lines of scripture. His eyes were bright with the zeal of a man who had never personally held a wall against claws. The faithful of Avarax must be granted martyrdom, he said. If the city is to die, it must die singing. Martyrdom quotas can be issued by district. Each Hab block assigned its hymn, each manufactorum its litany, each labor cohort its confessor. A logistician beside him adjusted the brass lenses over his eyes. Correction. Transportable labor mass remains strategically relevant if extracted before synaptic saturation. Current projections allow removal of 12.0. Correction. 12 full regimental support equivalents if lower high freight corridors remain open for 3 hours. Human souls are not freight, the priest hissed. The logistician looked at him without emotion. In evacuation mathematics, they are weight, volume, caloric requirement, contamination risk, and future labor yield. Acheran said nothing. First Captain Agemans. Hollow Image stood in hard blue silence, listening. Tigurius remained half in shadow, leaning upon his staff, his psychic hood dormant, yet cold with frost. Around them, Ultramarines officers processed the horror without flinching. Their discipline did not mean they did not understand. It meant understanding was never allowed to slow the blade. Titus stood at the edge of the main projection and studied Leviathan's pattern. The others saw losses, advances, retreat paths, threat grades, and casualty projections. Titus saw appetite learning the shape of resistance. Here, a gaunt swarm had advanced into ultramarine killboxes until Hellblaster fire eliminated a warrior brood. The next swarm had approached beneath the cover of corpse piles, dragging Imperial dead and Tyrannid carcasses over itself until Auspec's returns blurred into useless heat and organic clutter. There, spore mines had drifted behind retreating refugees, not before them. The mines had waited until Imperial fire lanes hesitated to avoid killing civilians, then detonated amid the guns. Elsewhere, synapse beasts no longer revealed themselves to direct the first wave. They remained hidden beneath layers of lesser organisms until the Astartes committed to an attack, then shifted the swarm around them like water, closing over a knife. Every defeat had taught it. That was the butcher's arithmetic of the Hive mind. It did not care if 10,000 gaunts died to identify a firing pattern. It did not mourn if a carnifex perished, proving the range of a plasma incinerator. It did not despair when a synapse node was decapitated, if that death revealed how the Ultramarines chose their targets. Every corpse became information. Every failed rush became data. Every Dead Space Marine was more than biomass. He was a biological lesson wrapped in ceramite. Titus watched the red icons move. "It is not trying to win the same battle twice," he said. Acheron turned his helm toward him. "Clarify. Each wave is built from the last failure. It tests, it loses, it returns corrected." "The Tyrannids have always adapted," said the Admiral. Titus did not look at him. Not like this. Not locally. Not personally. Tigurius opened his eyes. The temperature in the strategium seemed to fall. "It is closer than before," the chief librarian said. "The will behind the swarm presses more directly through the synapse web. I feel a tension where before there was only pressure." The priest made the sign of the Aquila. "Hatred?" "No," Tigurius said. "Hatred would be a mercy. This is not emotion. It is the attention of a predator deciding which bone to crack first." A warning rune flashed across the hololithic map, then another. Acheron's command channel came alive with battle reports. "Second wave entering eastern ruin belt. Refugee column crossing designated red corridor. Spore mine drift behind column. Repeat, mines behind civilian movement. Forward squad Marius engaging." Titus's helm feed filled with battlefield data. He saw the second wave through the lenses of distant servo skulls and squad pick captures. The Tyrannids came low under corpse cover, bodies dragging bodies, gaunts hidden beneath curtains of dead flesh and broken armor. Imperial Auspex ghosts bloomed and flickered, unable to separate the living from the recently dead. Refugees ran ahead of them, thousands of civilians and laborers stumbling through ash rain, coughing, bleeding, dragging carts, carrying icons, clutching ration tins, machine parts, wounded sons, and useless writs of passage stamped by authorities already eaten. Behind the refugee column drifted spore mines. They bobbed gently through the rain, almost graceful, hidden by smoke and human bodies, until the first one touched a fleeing man's back. The detonation opened a crater in the crowd, flinging limbs, clothing, bone shards, and fragments of prayer parchment across the road. The living surged sideways into another mine, then another. The column became panic. Panic became density. Density became slaughter. The Ultramarines committed. Squad Marius advanced from the western barricade, 5 blue giants moving into the ruin belt to cut the swarm away from the refugees and prevent the mines from reaching the battery shrine approaches. They were powerful beyond mortal comprehension. Their bolters roared with measured fury, each explosive round detonating Tyrannid bodies into meat and broken shell. Brother Cassian's replacement in the Hellblaster attachment fired plasma into a hulking beast and burned it down from the inside. Sergeant Marius called fire lanes and advance intervals with perfect codex discipline. The swarm let them come. The first bone zord came from beneath a corpse pile. A Tyrannid warrior erupted upward under Brother Decimus, its blade splitting his helm from crown to jaw. The blow cracked ceramite, skull, and brain in one motion. For half a second, Decimus remained standing, bolter still firing, ruined helm yawning open around a wet red darkness. Then the warrior kicked him backward into the gaunt tide. Marius shifted formation. Close, close, left refused. Plasma, burn the node. Rippers came through the pavement, not from the front, beneath. They poured out of cracks opened by burrowing organisms, a slick carpet of tiny snapping mouths. Brother Solon stamped them down, crushing dozens beneath each boot, but they climbed his legs in sheets, finding damage at the knee seal, the hip joint, the gorget. He fired downward until his bolt rifle clicked empty. Then he drew his combat blade, and cut at himself, scraping the things away in chunks of his own armor. The street collapsed beneath him. Rippers swallowed him to the waist, then the chest, then the helm. His vox carried 3 seconds of grinding, wet chewing before it cut out. The Hellblaster, Brother Caden, saw a synapse relay beast through the smoke and overcharged his plasma incinerator. Warning runes flashed across the shared feed. His weapon spirit howled. Heat critical, Marius voxed. Caden fired anyway. The shot struck the relay beast and vaporized its upper body. The return surge took the weapon and bearer together. Caden detonated in blue-white fury, armor splitting outward, plasma fire consuming his body before the Rippers could reach him. He died clean in the only way the moment allowed, denying Leviathan the gene-wrought meat it had come to claim. Squad Marius was gone in less than 90 seconds. Powerful, disciplined, transhuman, beloved of the Emperor's war machine. Gone. The apothecaries moved before the smoke cleared. 2 white-armored figures crossed the street under covering fire, Narthesia extended, red lenses fixed upon the fallen rather than the enemy. Their duty was older than grief and harder than pity. Gene seed had to be recovered. The chapter could lose warriors. It could not squander legacy. One apothecary knelt beside Decimus, ignoring gaunts closing from the left as intercessors cut them down. His reductor punched through the shattered chestplate and into the corpse. The progenoid was removed in a spray of dark blood and sealed in a stasis vial. The apothecary rose as a warrior's talon scraped sparks from his pauldron, turned and fired a bolt pistol into the beast's face at point-blank range. The second reached what remained of Solon. There was little enough. His torso armor had been opened by Rippers. The apothecary tore the feeding organisms away with his gauntlet, crushed them against the ground, and drove the reductor into the meat before the swarm could reclaim it. A gaunt struck him across the back. He did not stop. A second blow cracked his helm. He did not stop. He sealed the progenoid vial, then acknowledged his own wounds. Gene seed recovered, he voxed. Only then did he kill the gaunt. Titus watched from the command feed in silence. A new Auspex warning emerged through the data stream, the refugee column. Bio readings unstable. Internal movement inside the wounded. Not surface contamination. Gestation. The Medici pics resolved across his helm display. Men stumbled through the evacuation corridor, clutching their bellies as if starving. Others shook violently, mouths foaming with pink fluid. Some carried wounded on stretchers, whose skin moved in ripples from within. A child-sized shape beneath a blanket burst open, but what emerged was not human. It skittered across the stretcher and into the crowd. More followed. The infected were not fleeing the Tyrannids, they were carrying them. The column was heading toward the inner gates. Titus opened the fire command channel. Seal evacuation corridor Sanctus 12. Mark relief column as compromised. A mortal officer answered, voice breaking. My lord, there are thousands in that column. They are inside our wire. Confirmed. We can screen them. No. Please repeat. No. They are gestation vectors. If they reach the inner gates, the bastion is breached from within. Acheran's voice entered the channel. Lieutenant Titus, confirm Auspex integrity. Confirmed by 3 feeds. Internal organism movement. Synaptic trace present. The mortal officer spoke again, desperate now. We can separate the wounded. We can establish quarantine. Titus watched another body split open in the crowd. Watched the panic spread. Watched spore mines drift closer behind them. Watched the swarm hold back, waiting for the Imperium to hesitate. Fire mission, Titus said. Incendiary and airburst. Corridor Sanctus 12. Deny entry. Deny biomass. Execute. For 3 seconds, no one obeyed. 3 seconds in which thousands ran. 3 seconds in which the infected approached the gate. 3 seconds in which Leviathan was rewarded. Acheran spoke. Execute the lieutenant's order. The guns fired. The relief column vanished beneath Imperial flame. Airburst shells opened above the road, shredding the crowd with fragments before Promethean warheads rolled fire across the mass. Men, wounded, infected, stretcher-bearers, priests, laborers, and hidden organisms burned together. The ones at the edge ran screaming, their robes and hair on fire, only to be cut down by heavy bolters before they could reach the gates. The tyrannid organisms inside them died faster and cleaner than they would have died had they reached full growth. So did the humans. The inner gates remained sealed. The bastion remained alive. Titus closed the feed. Acheran summoned him privately after the fire mission. The chamber was small, an armored tactical chapel beside the strategium, its walls marked with honor rolls from campaigns long past. A single candle burned before a statue of Robut Guilliman. The flame trembled with the distant impacts against the ship but did not go out. Acheran stood unhelmed before the statue. Titus entered and removed his own helm only when the captain turned. For a moment, neither spoke. Then Acheran said, "Your order was correct." Titus waited. "That is not why I called you." "No, you gave it without pause." Titus looked at the candle. "A pause would have served the enemy. It would have served the men listening to you." "They were already dying. So are we all." "Yes." Acheran's eyes hardened. "Do not mistake necessity for virtue." "I do not. Do not mistake speed for strength. Hesitation feeds the enemy. Hesitation can also preserve judgment." Titus met his gaze. Judgment made the order before the channel opened. Hesitation would only have added witnesses to indecision. Acheran studied him in silence. "You speak like a man who has spent too long alone with punishment." Titus did not answer. The captain's voice lowered. "I will use your ruthlessness because the war demands it. I will not let it command this company in my place. As you command. Do you resent me? No. Do you resent the rank? No. Do you resent the chapter?" There, at last, something moved beneath the old wound. Titus looked back to the statue of Guilliman. "No," he said, "I resent that I understand why it doubted me." Acheran did not reply at once. When he did, his voice had lost none of its severity, but something in it had shifted by the smallest measure. "Return to the strategium." They returned to find Tigurius bleeding. The chief librarian stood over the hololith, with one hand braced against the table, blood running from his nose and down his lips. Frost spread across the command surface beneath his fingers. His staff glowed with a cold radiance, but the light seemed smaller now, pressed in by something immense. Agamemnon's hollow image flickered. "Chief Librarian." Tigurius spoke through clenched teeth. "It is looking through them." Acheran stepped closer. "The synapse beasts?" "No. Through them. Behind them. The greater mind bends nearer." The hololithic projection shuddered. Red icons pulsed across the lower city in patterns that made no tactical sense at first glance. Then Titus saw it. The swarm had abandoned several upper wall assaults. Entire gaunt clusters pulled away from barricades they had been battering for hours. Bioartillery ceased firing on the western bastions. Winged. Organisms withdrew from 2 air corridors. They were not retreating. They had never needed the walls. A deep vibration moved through the Righteous Fury's Vox link with Avarak's command, a sound transmitted from the planet itself. Stone cracking, metal groaning, foundations giving way. A fortress commander's voice broke across the channel. "Bastion Primus reports structural collapse in lower vaults. We have breaches beneath ammunition crypts. Repeat, beneath. Enemy organisms in foundation levels. Rockcrete dissolving. Throne preserve us. They are coming up through the floor." The hololith changed. Beneath the command bastion of Hive Avarax Primus, red bloomed upward from the foundations. Not around the walls. Under them. Tigurius lifted his head. eyes burning with pain and awful clarity. "They were not attacking the gates," he said. The projection showed the truth in crimson. The Tyranids had been digesting the foundations. The darkness beneath Hera's shadow was alive. It had been darkness before the Tyranids came, the sanctioned darkness of maintenance vaults, ammunition crypts, sealed underways, pipe catacombs, and forgotten transit shafts beneath the command bastion of Hive Avarax Primus. It had smelled of machine oil, dust, coolant, and old incense. It had belonged to servitors, engine seers, munition crews, and the nameless labor gangs who kept the fortress guns alive while never seeing the sky they defended. Now it smelled of dissolved rockcrete and dead workers. The lower foundations had become tunnels of wet ruin. The Tyranids had not broken the bastion walls. They had eaten beneath them. Enzymatic floods had reduced sacred ferrocrete into grey sludge. Support columns had been hollowed from within. Corpses of labourers and armsmen were fused into the walls where reclamation organisms had worked around them, leaving faces, hands, boots, and rib cages embedded in alien resin like offerings in a Xenos chapel. Pipes vomited steam into corridors where lumen strips sparked and died. Sirens wailed until their speakers drowned in slime. Then the swarm came upward. Gaunts poured through tunnels made from melted stone and human bone. Rippers flowed beneath them in carpets of teeth. Neurogaunts clicked along the ceiling, carrying synaptic impulses through the dark. Warriors forced themselves through access ways never built for bodies so tall, their chitins scraping sparks from metal ribs. Behind them came heavier things, unseen but felt, each movement shaking dust from the vault ceilings. Titus led the retreating defense through the undercrypts with bolter flashes for stars. There was no strategic map now, no clean hololith, no measured council beneath blue light, no priest declaring martyrdom quotas from a safe chamber. There was only the stuttering glow of broken lumens, the roar of bolt rifles in enclosed spaces, the shriek of chainswords biting chitin, the crack of armor under talons, the hiss of steam through torn pipes, and men vanishing beneath claws before they finished screaming. The lower bastion Vox net had collapsed into fragments. Battery shrine under assault. Seal vault gate. Where is command? Something in the walls. Emperor preserve us. Static, then chewing. Titus's helm display painted the corridor ahead in fractured red. Brother Iolan's icon blinked at his right. Cassian's plasma signature burned hot behind him. 2 intercessors from Squad Nestor had joined the fallback after their sergeant died, holding a munitions lift. A wounded aggressor named Porcius blocked the rear, his flame gauntlets washing the corridor behind them in sheets of holy fire. The fire burned Tyranids, men, ammunition crates, and devotional banners alike. Nothing contaminated could remain for Leviathan. Left junction, Iolan voxed. Marked, Titus answered. A brood of termagants spilled from a side passage, flesh borers pulsing. Titus fired before the first living rounds left their weapons. His bolt rifle hammered in the dark. The lead beast burst open, spraying the walls with ichor. The second lost both legs and dragged itself forward with clawed arms until Iolan crushed its skull underfoot. Cassian fired once, plasma turning the packed brood into steam, bone fragments and blackened streaks across the passage wall. They moved. Ammunition crypts opened on either side of the transit spine, vast chambers where shell racks climbed into the gloom. Servitors hung dead in loading harnesses, their augmetic limbs still cycling uselessly. Munition priests lay in pieces among the brass casings, white robes soaked red and purple. Rippers crawled inside opened bodies, their tails flicking as they fed. "Cleanse," Titus said. Porcius turned one gauntlet. Promethium filled the crypt. The shells nearest the flame blackened, but did not detonate. Their machine spirits held firm beneath heat that turned the corpses around them into burning sacks of fat and bone. Rippers popped in clusters. A wounded armsman, unseen beneath a mound of dead until the fire found him, rose screaming with his uniform alight. He staggered 3 steps toward Titus. Iolan shot him through the head. "Mercy," the sergeant said. "Efficiency," Titus answered. They reached Maintenance Shrine Septimus, where the walls were lined with little brass icons to the Omnissiah, and the floor was slick with coolant. A group of surviving Voidsmen and Bastion armsmen had formed a barricade of tool chests and broken servo skull racks. Their laser guns were almost spent. Their officer was dead. A standard bearer still held the blue and white banner of the Fortress Auxiliary, though one of his hands had been chewed to bone. Captain Sevastus Acheron stood among them. His armor was torn at the left side, ceramite split from ribs to hip. Acid burns smoked around the breach. One lens of his helm was dark. His power sword was in his right hand. His bolt pistol was empty in his left. At his feet lay a Tyrannid warrior with its skull split from crown to throat. Titus crossed the shrine in 3 strides. "Captain, your wound. Noted. You require extraction. Denied. Your armor seal is compromised. Also noted." Acheron turned as another gaunt leapt over the barricade. He cut it in half with a single clean stroke, then staggered as the movement tore the wound wider. Blood ran down his thigh plate in a dark sheet. Titus opened a private channel. "You are impaired. I remain in command. The line requires immediate coordination. Vox nodes are failing. Lower maps are blind. Enemy pressure is shifting toward ammunition crypts and command lifts. Then coordinate. You are captain. And you are lieutenant." Acheron's helm turned toward him. "You have experience I do not possess, and a talent for murderous arithmetic that the enemy has already chosen to study. Use it." The words carried neither surrender nor trust. They were commands shaped by necessity. Titus accepted the burden. "Squad Iolan, Anchor Shrine Mouth, Cassian, Plasma Reserve for Synapse forms only. Portius, rear burn by controlled bursts. Armsmen, distribute remaining charge packs to firing line. Wounded hold ammunition until death." A young armsman looked up, face grey beneath blood and soot. "My lord, wounded cannot stand." "Then they can load." Acheron said nothing. That was approval enough. The Tyrannids hit again. They came through the maintenance shrine walls, not the door. Rockcrete split. Resin membranes tore open. Gaunts spilled through in a flood of talons. Chainswords woke with animal screams. Bolt fire strobed the chamber. A standard bearer raised the fortress banner and shouted something about the Emperor before a lictor shape dropped from the ceiling, seized him, and vanished upward into steam. The banner fell. Before it touched the floor, a warrior stepped on it and ground the cloth into blood. The armsmen saw it. They faltered. The Tyrannids struck at that pause like knives. They were not merely killing bodies now. They were killing meaning. Vox relays were targeted first, smashed by claws or drowned in digestive slime. Banner bearers were pulled apart in full view of the men who followed them. Apothecaries were hunted by leaping organisms that ignored closer prey to reach white armor and gene seed vaults. Servo skull recorders were swallowed. Command lecterns were shattered. Shrine icons were coated in alien mucus. Rippers flooded confession alcoves and ammunition chapels, turning sacred spaces into feeding pits. Leviathan had learned that men did not defend stone alone. They defended symbols, so it ate those too. A cry came over the squad channel. "Apothecary down, progenoid threat, lower crypt 9. Titus turned. Through a side archway, he saw Apothecary Nestor on one knee beneath a swarm of smaller organisms. One arm trapped, his narthecium still locked into the chest of a dead Ultramarine. He had recovered one progenoid. The second was not yet sealed. Gaunts raced toward him. "Titus," Acheron said. "I see. Recover the gene seed. Hold here. I gave no request." Titus moved before the captain could say more. He struck the first gaunt with his shoulder and broke it against the archway. His bolt rifle fired until it clicked empty. He threw the weapon into the face of a second beast and drew his chainsword. The blade roared, chewing through necks, limbs, skull plates. Alien blood sprayed across the white of Nestor's armor and the blue of Titus's own. A ripper climbed onto Titus's thigh and found the tear in his old wound. He crushed it in his fist and kept moving. Nestor looked up. Second progenoid exposed. Take it. Enemy pressure severe. Take it. The apothecary drove the reductor into the dead brother's chest. A gaunt leapt for him. Titus caught it by the throat, smashed its head against the wall, then used the corpse to block flesh-borer fire. Nestor sealed the vial. His other arm was almost severed at the elbow. Gene seed recovered, Nestor said. Withdraw. Arm impaired. Titus grabbed the apothecary by the gorget and dragged him backward as Cassian fired plasma over their heads. The shot burned through a warrior and opened a hole in the swarm, large enough for 5 seconds of life. 5 seconds were sufficient. Back at the shrine, the line was breaking. Acheran stood in front of the mortal barricade, sword rising and falling, each stroke slower than the last. His wound had worsened. Blood slicked the deck beneath him. Aeolon held the right with disciplined volleys. Porcius burned the left, but his flame reservoirs were running low. The armsmen were dying by handfuls. One wounded loader sat with his back against a crate, passing magazines to an intercessor, until a gaunt took his head in its jaws and tore upward, leaving his body twitching beside the ammunition. Titus stepped onto the broken barricade. His vox opened on all local channels. Ultramarines, bastion defenders, hear and obey, squads reform by combat roll, fire lanes by mark, wounded hold ammunition until death. Courage and honor are not sentiments, they are instructions. For one heartbeat the words cut through the panic. Then discipline returned. Not hope. Hope was too fragile. Discipline. Intercessors shifted into overlapping lanes. Armsmen crawled to ammunition crates and passed charge packs forward with bloody hands. Porcius ceased wasting flame on scattered targets and burned only the breach points. Cassian held his plasma until Synapse beasts appeared, each shot a miniature sunrise in the dark. Acheran stepped back because Titus's position required it, not because his wound demanded it. The line held. Then the apex organism entered the lower shrine. It came through the dissolved foundations beneath the command lift, rising from a slurry pit of rockcrete, bones, and steaming acid. It was tall and wrong, not merely a warrior enlarged, not merely a carnifex made cunning. It was a Norn-wrought apex form, shaped for command murder, a blade of the hive mind given nerve spines, layered cranial armor, talons like siege hooks, and a presence that bent lesser organisms around it as if reality itself had made way. Neurogaunts clustered along its flanks, shivering, their bodies acting as living conduits. Its eyes were black and depthless. Its head turned toward the wounded captain first. "Synapse apex," Aeolon voxed. "No," Tigurius's voice cut across the channel, strained and distant from orbit. "More than synapse. It is a chosen instrument." The creature moved. It did not rush. It selected. A talon struck the nearest Vox shrine and crushed it into sparks. Its second blow split a banner bearer and the wall behind him. A lash of barbed tendrils seized Apothecary Nestor and dragged him across the floor. Titus fired his sidearm into the tendril until it snapped, and Aeolon pulled the apothecary back by the pauldron. The apex beast ignored the rest of the firing line and drove straight for Acheran. It knew command. Titus intercepted. The first impact lifted him from the deck and hurled him into a munitions rack. Shell casings rang around him like bells. He rolled aside as a talon stabbed down, punching through the rack and triggering a chain of secondary detonations. Fire filled the chamber. Armsmen vanished. Gaunts became burning silhouettes. The apex organism emerged through the flame, with its carapace scorched but unbroken. Acheran stepped beside Titus, power sword raised. "You are under my command," the captain said. "Yes. Then do not die before I order it." Titus rose. "As you command." They met the beast together. Acheron struck high, his blade cutting a bright groove across the creature's cranial crest. Titus struck low, chainsword biting into a knee joint. The apex organism adapted mid-motion. It twisted, taking the lesser wound to avoid the crippling one, then lashed out with a shoulder limb that caught Acheron across the chest and threw him through the remains of the barricade. "Captain!" Yolan voxed. Acheron did not rise. His icon remained green, barely. Titus felt command settle fully upon him, unwanted and necessary. "All units, protect Captain Acheron. Cassian, overcharge on my mark. Porcius, burn the relay organisms. Iolan, mark joints." The vox crackled. Then another voice entered from Fleet Command. Older, heavier, authority not shouted because the galaxy had already learned to listen. Marnius Calgar spoke from beyond the storm. "Lieutenant Titus, reinforcements are translating to assault corridors. Orbital paths remain contested. Hold the bastion until approach lanes clear." Titus drove his chainsword into a gaunt, trying to reach Acheron's fallen body. "Estimated time. Longer than you have." "Understood." Calgar's voice remained iron. "The bastion must hold." "It will." "No more is required." The channel fractured beneath static, and the shadow in the warp. Tigurius burned through it. Across the void, aboard the Righteous Fury, the chief librarian forced his mind into the synapse storm. The pain of it struck every psychic ward on the ship. Frost cracked across the strategium floor. Serfs collapsed with blood running from their eyes. Tigurius's staff blazed with witchlight, then split along its haft with a sound like ice breaking on a tomb-world sea. Blood ran from both his eyes and down his cheeks. Still, he reached. The shadow in the warp closed around him like jaws. He forced the mark through. A blue rune appeared on Titus's display, burning over the apex organism's head. "Titus," Tigurius whispered over the vox. "Marked." Then the chief librarian's channel died. The duel became the whole world. Titus faced the apex beast as the fortress collapsed around them. The ceiling cracked. Ammunition cooked off in distant crypts. Steam jets burst from ruptured lines. Gaunts clawed at the edges of the fight and died to ultramarine fire. The Norn wrought horror represented war, as Leviathan understood it. Not courage, not hatred, not honor, but perfected collective predation. Every limb was replaceable. Every wound was information. Every motion served a hunger older than any empire. Titus was the other answer. One warrior, one body remade by genecraft, discipline, pain, and duty, a blade with memory, a will given ceramite, doctrine, and a name returned from black shame. The Space Marine was not mankind's kindness. He was its refusal to die cleanly. The apex organism struck. Titus let the first talon take his left side, turning enough that it scraped ribs instead of piercing both hearts. Pain flared. He answered by driving a crack grenade into the joint beneath the limb and detonating it with his thumb. The blast tore the arm away in a storm of ichor. The creature reeled, then stabbed with another talon. Titus caught it against his ruined pauldron mount and felt armor split. His chainsword broke against the beast's chest plate, teeth flying like sparks. He abandoned the hilt and drew his combat blade. Too small, almost absurd. He charged anyway. Cassian fired on overcharge. Plasma struck the marked crest, cracking the cranial armor. The weapon in Cassian's hand screamed and vented heat. His gauntlets smoked. He held it. Yolan's squad poured bolter fire into the exposed wound. The apex beast staggered, and for the first time its attention broke from perfect calculation into corrective violence. Titus reached it. He drove the combat blade into the crack Tigurius had marked, and Cassian had opened. The blade sank to the hilt. The beast seized him in both remaining talons and lifted him from the ground. Armor cracked, bones strained. Warning runes flooded his display. Titus released the blade, grabbed the edges of the cracked skull plate with both hands, and pulled. The creature tried to crush him. He pulled harder. Muscles reinforced by the Rubicon screamed. Ceramite split along his forearms. Blood ran inside his armor. Beneath his gauntlets, the skull plate shifted. "Courage!" he snarled. The plate tore wider. "And honor!" He drove his helm forward into the wound, smashing the broken lens against exposed nerve tissue, and detonated the last grenade from his belt inside the creature's skull cavity. White fire. The apex organism died without a voice. Its body collapsed, dragging Titus beneath it as the lower shrine finally gave way. The foundations of Hera's shadow, eaten hollow by Leviathan and shattered by the fight, failed in a single catastrophic roar. The floor opened, walls folded inward, ammunition racks dropped into darkness. Dead Ultramarines, dead armsmen, dead Tyrannids, broken banners, ruined vox nodes, and sacred machinery plunged together into the collapsing undercrypt. Titus fell with them. He struck wreckage, then stone, then something soft and alien that burst beneath his weight. Broken armor ground against bone. The world became impact, dust, blood, and darkness. When the collapse ended, he was buried beneath a mountain of ruin. Alien corpses lay around him in heaps. An ultramarine helm stared at him from beneath a slab of rockcrete, its lenses dark. A severed gaunt talon twitched near his hand. He crushed it before it could move again. His body would not rise. His vox crackled. At first there was only static, distant gunfire, and the groan of the dying fortress. Then Calgar's voice returned, broken by interference, but unmistakable. "Recover him." Static. "The chapter does not lose him twice." There was no victory procession after Hera's shadow stopped falling. There were only fires, triage lines, corpse hooks, and the patient industry of a war that had survived long enough to become accounting. Hive Avarax Primus still burned beneath a sky the color of bruised meat. Its upper spires spat defensive fire into the spore clouds. Its lower districts drowned in steam, smoke, promethium, and the wet, crawling dark of Hive Fleet Leviathan. The Tyrannid fleet still stained orbit with living silhouettes, vast bioships drifting through void war like predatory continents, their tendrils tasting atmosphere, wreckage, and the heat of the dying world below. Imperial escorts circled them like blades around a starving god, firing lances, torpedoes, and macro-cannon broadsides until their own hulls split and froze in the void. The city had not been saved. It had been made useful. In the mustering courts below the command bastion, the dead were sorted beneath falling ash. Gene seed, salvage, corpse starch, contamination, unknown. The words were stamped onto slates by servitors with blood in their joints. White-armored apothecaries moved among fallen ultramarines first, their narthesia cutting through ruined plate with sacred brutality. Progenoid glands were extracted beneath bolter fire and sealed in stasis vials while the bodies around them cooled. Tech marines marked weapons that still possessed obedient machine spirits. Chapter serfs dragged bolt rifles, plasma coils, cracked helms, broken auspex units, purity seals, and power packs into salvage piles, while guardsmen watched with the hollow eyes of men who had learned that even angels left remains to be catalogued. The mortal dead waited longer. They lay in heaps beside collapsed barricades and burned medici tents, their uniforms fused to their skin, their mouths filled with ash, their hands still locked around laser guns, rosaries, ammunition straps, or the wrists of men they had failed to save. Those without visible infection were dragged toward corpse starch reclamation. Those touched by spores were burned in pits. Those too altered to name were marked unknown and left for Prometheum teams. Avarax's living envied none of them. Beneath the broken foundations of Hera's shadow, rescue teams found Titus under a mountain of dead stone and Xenos flesh. They had followed the locator rune until the rune died. Then they followed the Vox static. Then they followed the sounds of something still killing in the dark. He lay half-buried beneath a slab of collapsed rockcrete, and the carcass of the apex organism, alien blood, had hardened across his armor in black-violet plates. His left side was torn open. His helm was cracked, one lens dead, the other glowing like an ember refusing the cold. Around him lay gaunts crushed by hand, neurogaunts split against stones, feeder organisms pulped beneath his boots, and the bodies of Ultramarines who had fallen in the collapse. One dead brother's hand rested against Titus's greave, as if seeking purchase in death. When the first surf reached him, a twitching tyrannid thing crawled from beneath the rubble toward the man's ankle. Titus moved. His gauntlet closed around the creature and crushed it into paste. The surf fell backward, sobbing prayers through his rebreather. An apothecary knelt beside Titus and ran the auspex over his broken plate. Alive! The word moved through the rescue party like an accusation against the universe. Servo lifters were brought in. Rockcrete was cut away. The apex beast's corpse had to be carved from him piece by piece. Its talons had pinned his armor. Its dead weight had shielded him from the worst of the collapse and poisoned him with every drop of blood it leaked. His body had endured because it had already been remade to endure too much. His heart still beat because they had been commanded to do so by genecraft, surgery, fury, and duty. Leviathan had brought him to death on Kadaku. The Ultramarines had taken him back from it. Then Avarax had buried him beneath a deeper test. Still he breathed. Not because the galaxy was merciful. Mercy had no dominion in the 41st millennium. Not because the Emperor had turned his face from the golden throne to spare one warrior. Such thoughts were for priests and dying men. Titus survived because duty refused to release him. He woke in the Apothecarian for the second time beneath the same cold lights. Apothecaries worked over him without apology. Armor plates were cut away. Blood was drained, filtered, replaced. Fragments of alien bone were removed from muscle. Acid burns were scraped clean and sealed. His rebuilt organs were tested, punished, and forced back into rhythm. Pain came in waves so complete that it might have been weather. He endured it in silence until his throat unlocked. Status. Apothecary Nestor stood beside the slab, one arm newly replaced by a surgical augmetic ending in needle tools and cutting claws. His own armor bore fresh scars from the undercrypt battle. Functional recovery expected, armor loss severe, internal trauma extensive, no unrecoverable organ failure, gene seed stable. Captain Acheran, alive. Titus closed his eyes for one breath, then opened them. Bastion. Holding in contested state. Reinforcements have landed. Lower foundations remain compromised. Orbital denial strikes pending. War gear. Nestor looked at him for a long moment. You ask the same question after every resurrection. I dislike being unarmed. You are in the Apothecarian. Then I dislike being in the Apothecarian. Nestor made a sound that might have been amusement if scraped clean of warmth. Your bolt rifle is damaged. Your chainsword is destroyed. A replacement is being sanctified. Acceptable. Your body is less so. Remain still. Titus obeyed because the order was correct, not because stillness suited him. Acheran came later. The captain entered the bay without escort, unhelmed, his face pale from blood loss and surgical intervention. His side had been sealed in fresh armor plating and field sutures. He moved like pain had made a claim, and command had denied it. He stopped beside the slab and looked down at Titus with the same severe control he had shown when they first met in the arming chamber. Lieutenant, Captain, you killed the apex organism. With assistance, you held the lower bastion. With losses, you assumed battlefield command while I was incapacitated. Temporarily. Acheran's mouth tightened, though not in anger. The distinction is noted. Titus waited. Acheran continued. Your decisions preserved Hera's shadow long enough for orbital corridors to clear and reinforcement landings to proceed. Your fire orders denied the swarm access to the ammunition crypts. Your recovery of the apothecary preserved gene seed. Your death was not authorized. I will endeavor to correct my obedience. Do not mistake my meaning. I do not. Acheron studied him for several breaths. Then, formally, he struck his fist to his breastplate. You served the company. It was not embrace. It was not absolution. It was not brotherhood spoken in full before witnesses. It was recognition. A blade the chapter still needed had been tested and had not broken. Titus returned the salute from the slab, his arm heavy with restraints and healing lines. I serve. The strategium received him before he was ready, because readiness was a luxury subordinate to war. He stood in newly repaired blue plate, not yet polished, not yet properly marked, his armor a patchwork of replacement plates, scorched heraldry, fresh purity seals, and black memories under ultramarine color. A new chainsword rested at his hip. A replacement bolt rifle was mag-locked across his back. His helm hung beneath one arm, repaired only enough to function. The cracked lens had been replaced, but the scar across the faceplate remained visible beneath the fresh paint. The officers of the second company watched him enter. Some saluted at once. Some did so after Acheron turned his gaze upon them. Some looked at him as though measuring where legend ended and risk began. The chaplain of the Reclusium stood among them, skull helm sealed now, Crozius in hand, black armor absorbing the hololithic light. His lenses remained fixed upon Titus. Suspicion had not died. It had merely changed posture. Tigurius stood beside the command table, leaning more heavily upon his cracked staff than before. His eyes were shadowed, but clear. He had burned his mind against the shadow in the warp and returned with truth rather than comfort. Beside his projection node stood the image of Marneus Calgar. The chapter master appeared in blue and gold, massive even as a hololithic ghost, his presence filling the chamber with the weight of Macragge itself. The gauntlets of Ultramar were not visible in full through the projection, but their implication lived in every warrior's posture. Here was authority older than all present, save the chapter's dead. Here was judgment rendered not by suspicion, but by necessity. Titus knelt, not because he had been ordered, because he remembered. My lord Calgar. Calgar's image looked down upon him. Demetrian Titus. The name moved through the chamber like a blade drawn from a sheath. Titus did not flinch. Chief Librarian Tigurius has examined your soul and found no taint. I have accepted his testimony. Your service in the Death Watch has been reviewed. Your actions on Kadaku and Avarax have been weighed. You are restored to the warrior brotherhood of the Ultramarines. No cheer followed. Ultramarines did not waste solemnity on noise. Yet something shifted in the chamber all the same. A record closed. Another opened. The name Nullus receded into the vault of necessary ghosts. Calgar continued. You are appointed lieutenant of the second company under Captaincy Vastus Acheron. You will serve where ordered. You will bear scrutiny without complaint. You will answer suspicion with deeds. You will remember that restoration is not reward, it is obligation. Titus kept his head bowed. I understand. Do you? Titus lifted his gaze. Yes, my lord. Service is not absolution. Service is the price of survival. Calgar regarded him for a long moment. Good. The words struck harder than praise. Then the chapter master turned his gaze to all present. The fourth Tyrannic war does not pause for recovered sons. Bastia burns, Segmentum Pacificus bleeds. Leviathan advances in tendrils too vast for pride and too swift for grief. We will meet it with blade, bolter, fleet, fire, and sacrifice. We will not save every world. We will not preserve every life. We will deny the Xenos all that we can, and where we cannot deny, we will make it pay in flesh beyond counting. Every Ultramarine in the chamber struck fist to breastplate. Courage and honor. Titus spoke with them. The words felt both returned and foreign, like armor sealed over an old wound. Beyond the righteous fury, the Fourth Tyrannic War widened. Bastia became a furnace of distress signals, void battles, falling fortress worlds, and refugee fleets hunted through the dark. Segmentum Pacificus bled along routes that imperial cartographs redrew hourly and still failed to understand. New tendrils of Leviathan struck where patrols had thinned, where crusade musters had stripped garrisons, where agri-worlds waited with full silos and empty orbital defenses. Navy admirals threw escorts into living mine clouds to clear paths for transports. Astra Militarum commanders fed regiments into the moor to buy hours for artillery relocation. Forge worlds sealed their underlevels and fired upon their own labor populations when contamination reached the water shrines. Everywhere, mankind paid for time. Always time. On Avarax, the Ultramarines departed District Orison after extracting what mattered: Mechanicus data cores, surviving command staff, gene seed, plasma coils, ammunition rights, astropathic remains sealed for examination, a handful of skilled adepts whose knowledge outweighed the mass of thousands. The Thunderhawks rose from the dying district beneath curtains of bolter fire, their holds full of value, and their ramps slick with blood. Below them, loyal citizens still lived in the sealed zones. They had been told to sing, so they sang. Their hymn rose through broken voxcasters and burning habstacks, distorted by smoke, fear, and the chewing static of the shadow in the warp. Men sang in manufactorum chapels while barricades failed. Penal troops sang with collars blinking red around their throats. Workers sang from sealed transit tunnels where the air had already begun to sour. Priests sang until gargoyles entered through shattered windows and tore them from pulpits. Then the orbital fire came. Lances from the righteous fury and the Navy escorts struck the infestation zones. The first beams turned Hive towers into white pillars. The second cut through streets, under-Hive layers, sewer grids, and digestion pools. The third and fourth burned deep enough to glass the bones of the district. Atmosphere ignited in rolling waves. Hab blocks became silhouettes, then ash, then molten slag. The singing continued for several seconds after the fire began, carried by Vox systems that had not yet melted. Then silence took the district. The Ultramarines watched from orbit. No one called it mercy. No one called it murder. It was denial. Beneath the glassed crust, in cracks too small for Auspec's certainty, microscopic feeder organisms survived. They clung to mineral pockets and droplets of sealed moisture. They endured heat that would have killed lesser terrestrial life. They carried fragments of chemical memory: promethium, ceramite, human blood, ultramarine gene scent, orbital fire patterns, the taste of defeat. They did not hate the fire that had burned them. They did not mourn the biomass lost above. They did not understand defeat as men understood it. They waited. They adapted. Far above, the bioships shifted in the dark. Leviathan did not grieve its dead. It did not honor its slain synapse beasts. It did not rage for the apex organism crushed beneath Hera's shadow. It absorbed the lesson and altered the next hunger. The war went on. Titus stood in the arming bay of the righteous fury as the strike cruiser prepared for translation to the next bleeding coordinate. His armor was blue, though the blue was scarred. Fresh battle damage marked the left side, where the Tyrannid Prime had taken his pauldron. New gouges crossed the breastplate from the Norn-wrought beast beneath the bastion. Purity seals fluttered from his vambrace, the ink still dark, the wax still uncracked. At his hip hung the replacement chainsword, its teeth blessed and hungry. His bolt rifle sat mag locked across his back, loaded, sanctified, ready. Around him moved brothers, Some nodded as they passed. Some struck their fists to their breastplates. Some watched without speaking. Captain Acheran stood across the bay, issuing orders to squad leaders. Tigurius was absent, confined to recovery by apothecarian decree he would likely ignore. The chaplain remained at the threshold. Skullhelm turned toward Titus, silent as judgment carved in black ceramite. Titus was among his brothers again, yet still alone. That too was acceptable. He had been a captain, a prisoner, a black shield, a weapon named nothing. Now he was a lieutenant of the Ultramarines, restored by testimony, command and necessity, but not healed. Healing was for wounds that ended. His did not. The old shame remained under the blue. The black memories remained beneath the heraldry. Graia, Thrax, the Long Vigil, Kadaku, Avarax, dead men outside sealed gates, dead brothers under collapsing stone, civilians, singing beneath orbital fire. He carried them because no one else could make use of them. The launch klaxon sounded. Acheran's voice entered the Bay Vox. Second company elements, prepare for deployment. Titus sealed his helm. The world became red-lensed clarity again. His armor accepted him. His weapons waited. His hearts beat. The void ahead filled with war. Hive fleet Leviathan had not redeemed Demetrian Titus. It had done something far worse. It had brought him home and given him another war.